Hello, hello, and welcome to opening night of Endless Wonder, Rep RPG's newest Wednesday campaign, set in and inspired by the world of Warehouse 13, the sci-fi series that ran from 2009 to 2014. Hello, hello, hello! I'm Pixie, your DM for this show, and also this is my first full campaign DMing ever, so please be kind because I'm going to freak out a lot. I'm already very grateful for my cast. Thank you, Matthew, for pointing the direction that I am on the screen and not where I am next to you in Discord, because no, it made me happy. You
Oh,
gestured the right
I
way.
would. Oh no, I was putting my
Oh,
candle
it
on
looked like
my.
you were gesturing to me. It was really funny.
Yep,
We're off
I
to
was
a great fucking
gesturing.
start. We're off to a great fucking start. Anyway, it's past the 30-second mark, right? You're not supposed to say fuck within the first 30 seconds of a YouTube video. I made it.
Oh,
It's fine. Anyway, hello. Oh, good. We're doing great. So I am going to let the cast introduce themselves, and then we're going to talk over how this show is going to work. It's going to be a little bit different than most of our campaigns. Ready and go! Right.
Hey, I'm Ray. My heart is beating really fast. This is my first D&D campaign. I have only listened to Critical Role, and that's my background. So bear with me, give me lots of love. My pronouns are they, them. I'm really super excited. My character's name is Evie Merritt. So I'm really excited to get going.
you hit all of the levels on what we expect somebody to say on their introductions. So good fucking job. Let me just get that out of the way.
Don't
And I'm next on the list. My name is Matthew, and I'm going to be playing Gareth Sullivan. You can find me here on Rep RPG, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. Come on, it's a great time, and I'm very excited to be in Pixie's first long game. She's gonna do great.
She is. We've all been so excited to start playing. I'm Andrew. I'm going to be playing Dr. Aaron Chase in this campaign. You can find me most of the time recently. It feels like right here on Rep RPG. I also have my own D&D channel, Easy to Spell. We play on Sundays, D&D on Sundays, and then random games on Thursdays. And yeah, that's. I'm just really excited. That's all I got.
Hi there, I'm Krista Corvidae. I'll be playing Jacqueline King, also known as Jackie or Jack, she, her pronouns. I have a crafty stream that I'm sometimes on, not as much lately, but I'm working on fixing that. And I do chaos craftiness. And then sometimes play over here on Rep RPG.
Love it, love it, love to see it. Very, 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 very happy to have all of you here. Okay, let's talk about a couple of things before we get started. I have some commands for some of this. Thank you, Sway, very, very much. I was gonna come do that. I have some commands for some of this. For instance, the Warehouse 13 command, reminding people the system that we are using, and also that we are aware we do not own the rights to this content. We are not trying to create canon content for the Warehouse 13 show, nor anyone here affiliated with Sci-Fi Network or Warehouse 13 as a program. We are all just big fans, and I thought it would be a wonderful world to explore, and I'm very excited about that. Secondly, while we do not have an official content warning for this show, possible trigger warnings will come up through the series. If you've ever watched the actual show, the artifacts that we are dealing with tend to have big consequences if left unchecked. Possible triggers will always include death or bodily harm. We'll try to get more specific if we know that things are coming, but just general trigger warning of sometimes the stakes get high, as with any D&D game, but since these are not fantastical characters, it sometimes gets a little harder to deal with emotionally because they're real people doing extraordinary things. So please always take care of yourself and let yourself take a step back if you have to. Tonight's specific trigger warnings: the general death, destruction, bodily harm gambit. That's it. As broad as I can get, because I'm not actually sure how they're going to react to these things. We're also introducing a tipping system for this game because while tonight's show is going to be a little bit longer, most of our Endless Wonder episodes are meant to be about 2 hours long. That's shorter than our usual campaign length by half. So in order to encourage quicker gameplay and all of those things, and just for the audience to get involved on behalf of the warehouse itself, essentially, you can give things to the players. You can give them things for their luck pool, which I will explain once it is donated to. You can give them a clue, which could be simple or detailed depending on where we are in the story. You could give the agents an artifact. Not going to say whether it's going to help or hurt them, it's just going to enter play at some point. Or you could give them a plot twist if you're feeling really spicy. I have prepared for all of those things because I've been putting way too much thought into this, and I have whole ass Trello boards with flowcharts and everything. Yay. So that's gonna be a good time. It is, you will not give him any such button. You will not give him any such button. Gareth gets no button push. No, incorrect.
That's actually not true. Mechanically, I might get a button.
Mechanically, the techie has to give you a button.
I might
Okay.
I might get one.
You what? I was waiting for Krista to, like, defend her choice to give him a button.
I was gonna say, I make a red button, I don't put it on my gun, and I don't tell you guys where it is.
It exists.
There's just a red button you're gonna find someday and be like,
what is that? I wonder what this button does. Amazing. I'm trying to remember if there's other, and as you said, this is a lot of people's first time using this system, even if they are seasoned D&D players, because it's a different kind of system than normal than we're used to. But in specific, it is my first time DMing, and I'm going to have to go into a lot of mechanical things, and it's some people's first time playing at all. So please be patient with and very supportive of as much of the cast and crew as you can, please, and thank you. If anyone has any questions at all, please ask them now, either players or chat. Otherwise, I think we're about ready to get started. What do you think? Ready, check? Good. Amazing.
let's do this.
Fantastic. Okay.
Huzzah.
Thank you. All right. Let me get some music going because this is how my life works. One moment. I have to give you guys a backing track because of course I do. Good. There it is. Thank you for support. Our story takes place a few years in the future. An undisclosed number of years in the future, in fact. Around 6 a.m., give or take, most of our agents begin to wake up, either for work reasons or something else has awakened them. They begin to go about their day. Starting with Andrew, tell me what your typical day looks like. Describe what you look like when the camera first sees you.
Yeah, camera pans in. Aaron's rolling out of bed. He has kind of a short, clean beard, long, like almost shoulder length, curly brown hair. He just kind of pulls back into like a messy mane almost. He gets dressed. He usually makes himself just like a plain bowl of oatmeal, something just to get up as he reads over the latest news articles on his phone. Before getting dressed, his usual outfit is like clean-cut bohemian. He with the jacket and a green jacket and a brown vest underneath, a scarf or two, lots of tattoos showing, kind of peeking from the sleeves and at the neck of his collar. He has thick black rimmed round glasses, and he normally bikes to work. That's stops by the coffee shop outside the lab that he works at. he tries to show up earlier than any of his coworkers just to avoid the hassle. And he works at a DARPA facility where he is a bioengineer. He works on lots of different projects that unfortunately none of the viewers have the security clearance to really know about. So I can't go into too much detail there. But he'll sit down with just a plain black cup of coffee and start going over notes and specimens, and that's his morning.
Shortly after you've gotten comfortable for the morning, certain that any projects that you're going to tackle will be tackled later in the day. Coding is still updating from yesterday when you left the office. Takes a while sometimes. Computer programs just take their sweet time. You get a text from your boss saying, pack a bag. Got an on-site job for you. Come see me as soon as you can. What do you do?
Text back just the thumbs up emoji. And he'll just kind of gather up. What would I need for an on-site job? I guess he'll just kind of gather a couple odds and ends, the part of the project he's kind of working on. If he has any free time, he tucks that into his satchel. And
amazing.
We'll go on. He looks like just to be clear, he looks like a hobo in like a sterile lab.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But yeah, he'll kind of just gather up his kit, just whatever's on him, and
all right, phenomenal. You, as you're going down your hall, going to cut next to Evie. Tell me about their average morning.
Well,
Evie.
Hmm?
Sorry,
It's me.
I got confused for a second because Yep.
Okay. Evie actually sticks in basic training tradition and wakes up at 5 a.m. every morning to go for a run. They do have a cannabis addiction, so while they're out on their run, they also put some time in for that. And then they come back and get showered. And then they head to the base for the morning. There's always a morning meeting, and naturally, Evie's the one that leads the meeting. Immediately after the meeting, though, they go straight to the coffee station and get the largest cup, and it says, "Don't speak to me until this is empty." They sit down at their computer and just they usually are the head of the communication on the base. They talk to dignitaries. They set up meetings, organize data that comes through. And handle a lot of sensitive information and usually that's inaccessible. Have a lot of clearance, high clearance level, especially in the nuclear field.
As you're sitting there with your coffee, there's a small knock at the wall of your office, your cubicle, wherever you are, and she's essentially an office secretary. She is also military. She is a high enough clearance to be here and be aware of things, but she is still the office manager, essentially, for... I'm sure there's an actual terminology for that. My military folk in the audience, please let me know. But, said, I'm sorry to bother you when you're only 2 sips in. I normally wouldn't, but, Chief has an assignment for you. He seemed real upset about it, actually. So you might want to drink that fast and get down there right quick. She's, like, so apologetic that she interrupted. Like, so apologetic. And, like, she wouldn't do it unless she had to. She would not walk in there unless she had to and had been ordered to. And she just kind of backs away.
If it's mission related, don't worry about it, sweetheart. I'll be down in a minute.
Thank you. And she goes back onto her. She's got a list of things to do today. Meanwhile, I'm going in a weird zigzag for myself. Jackie, what are you up to?
Jackie wakes up groggily from the couch in her office. She often works late, and since they got tired of picking her up off of keyboards, so they had a couch put into her office. She finds the nearest leftover pizza, grabs a piece, and heads out to grab coffee at a coffee shop while checking her phone and scrolling through all the different boards and chats and checking through her cryptid things, her conspiracy theory things, all the millions of things she follows. She's just scrolling through while drinking her coffee and going for a morning walk.
You have a series of personal projects open at all times on your computer. Dark web research, interesting things going on, underground research. Some of them for fun, some of them for genuine curiosity, some of them for work, even though they haven't officially assigned it to you yet, you know they're going to. Today, you barely get through casually scrolling any of it before you realize that there's chatter in every single branch of the government right now. Something big is going on. You're not sure what, but you've got a lot of alerts coming in from contacts, from message boards, and you turn on the news. Before we get to see what's on the news, I would like to know what Matthew is doing.
So Gareth has just been up for a couple of minutes. And he's just like scrolling through Facebook because he's boring. And after giving himself like a couple of minutes to actually wake up, kind of rolls out of bed. And before anything else, heads to the kitchen to grind some coffee beans. To start to get that ready, he takes a quick shower and then makes himself some espresso, grabs a banana, and then is on the he's already on his way to work. He's not taking a whole lot of time to get ready. And oh wait, one thing I forgot about. Oh God, where are my notes? Where are my actual notes?
I'm so glad this isn't me.
Because I took notes.
First one of the campaign.
Amazing. Now's the
That's
time.
me.
Now's the time. If y'all want to fuck with people, you could just like
God,
start.
and this was like an important thing too. So I don't know why this is what I forgot. Before he heads off to work, he has his everything ready. And then he goes back to the bedroom and just without waking them up, gives there's another person laying in bed, and he gives them a little kiss on the forehead, and then goes and grabs his stuff and heads on out. And he lives fairly. DC has great public transportation, and or is it in DC? I don't remember. The CIA headquarters. I don't think it's actually technically in DC. I think it's a little bit outside.
This is a futuristic version of the world that's
It's in
reality. It's where
DC.
you want it to be. If you want it in DC,
it's in DC. Fuck it. So he takes some public transportation to be able to get to work. It's fairly quick, fairly efficient. And he tries to get there a little bit early, because he doesn't futz around whenever he's getting ready in the morning. So he tries to get there just a couple of minutes before people, not trying to be too early, not being an overachiever, but just doesn't want to deal with the hustle and bustle of any sort of crowd. So he goes to his small office and starts setting things up, opens up his laptop to check if he has any emails just before he gets settled in and sees who else is in the office. Because he's also going to do what he can. He likes being social in the morning because it's part of his routine for waking up, is being able to talk to other people, because that helps him. So he's walking around to see who else is there already.
Gareth's day is the one not yet bothered or affected by whatever is going on in the rest of the world today. he is blissfully unaware of 3 other people whose paths will soon collide. And farther, farther, farther away, out in the middle of nowhere, out in the middle of South Dakota, in a nothing spot, the camera pans out to a massive domed building built into the side of a mountain. No real roads leading there. And it dips into the interior of the building. We find ourselves in an office that looks like that beautiful hybrid between old steampunk with pneumatic tubes and piping and brass, but with heavy cyberpunk and neon influences starting to take over as this place is going through some kind of shift almost. It's like there are half-finished projects lying around and tech that you don't necessarily understand. And 2 people who I'm dropping in the Endless Wonder chat arguing as they run around and deal with many, 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 many alarms all at once. A young woman with short red hair and an older gentleman, a goatee, curly gray, Claudia Donovan and Arthur Nielsen, called Artie, are in a high state of alert. As Claudia is pacing and she's getting ping after ping after. I know, Artie, this computer, there's too many of them at once. Well, Claudia, I told you needed to get some more help. I tried. No one was good enough, okay? Yeah, but look, there's so many things going on right now. And they are back and forth about all of these pings. Well, okay, I can only research one of these things at once. Artie, I can only be so many places. And Artie looks at her and says, do you really think that much is a coincidence? She says, I've done this too long and I know that face. And she just... Damn it, I hate when you're right. Okay. So what does the warehouse want to do then? She shouts at the everything. Find me people. Find me anything. Ping. Ping. Her computer has lit up with several icons. Pops up records of people. And she looks. And she goes, find me better people. What am I supposed to... What? Okay. All right. And she goes and she starts typing nonsense as Artie is just scolding her. She's, I know, okay? I know. I'm getting it done. I'm getting plane tickets, okay? It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'll send them here and I'll send that. And she's got this pinboard map starting to go, partially holographic, that she's pulled up and she starts pointing. We fade back out again to find in Jackie's apartment, with the news being clicked on, the reason why there are so many things. Why Claudia and Artie are freaking out. Why the computer is going crazy. Why she thinks that she possibly needs more qualified people. She doesn't know you all very well yet. As the news cycle has overnight shifted to lions have been set loose in Central Park and in the middle of a California street. Weather patterns have been changing over Texas. We think it's raining eggs? Something is changing as state after state after state is reporting strange, almost fantastical things. Trees that lumberjacks are chopping down in the woods being entirely sap and syrup inside, and barely trees at all. A strange phenomenon where clouds that planes are flying through are actually behaving like cotton candy. Yeah, you can laugh. I know. And worse than that, all of the animals seem to be going feral. Whether they are childhood pets, live circus animals, zoo animals, wild squirrels, they have become terrifyingly dangerous, no matter their size, as all of them begin to attack whoever is nearby. It is at this point that Evie and Aaron have both made their way into their respective meetings with their bosses. It is Aaron's boss who tells him, "We're sending you on a really strange mission. We think some kind of biochemical warfare may be being used to change the chemical structures of plants and wildlife. It seems to mostly be focused," and he pulls up his map, and Pixie has to pull up her map because I wrote this down, again, with the notes. It seems to be thickest around the Great Lakes area. So we're gonna send you, we're sending a pilot to get you out there. High enough clearance that whatever is going on, you two are going to be able to figure out, we hope. But, if this is a new kind of warfare, if people can change the structures of things, we have a much bigger problem than I want anyone to know about right now.
That would be concerning. I'll gather my kit. Can you also send me, just in case, any data you have on weather patterns in the area?
You can have any...
Just so we can get a beat on, we have a potential method of dispersal. If it is a bioweapon, air seems the most likely. Water tables, any geological data that you can get me early on will help me. When will the plane be ready?
We cut to Evie, who is currently being briefed on the same thing. But their job is to be the pilot, transportation, and bodyguard for this man, who doesn't seem to have the clearance that you're used to dealing with by any stretch of the imagination. You are used to really big stuff. You get the idea that keeping this man alive is incredibly important, because you are being sent, not someone beneath you, not just as qualified of a pilot. They are putting you back in the cockpit for the first time in a long time, because they need you in the field. So, not quite what I'd imagined when I thought I'd be sending you up again, but if there's something up there, if there's someone up there doing this, I'm giving you permission to exercise whatever force you deem necessary.
Well, no matter what, I've got you covered.
I knew you would. All right, get going. Already got it set up in the hangar. He's at, and she gives the address for where to go meet Dr. Chase and pick him up before you all are going to fly out to the Great Lakes area. And I'll nail down exactly what state and what area I'm looking at in a moment. Anything either of you would like to do before you leave your respective locations?
My bag is already packed and I'm ready to go.
Of course it is. I love it. Dr. Chase.
I think Aaron, he gets his normal kit just ready, throws together a medical bag, drug kit, as well as submits a requisition, which I sent you separately.
Amazing.
Other than that, he's good to go.
Amazing. Bless you for that. Yes, that's perfect. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. How many?
10.
10? Sweet.
10 and the materials to make something similar in your kit should you need it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Shortly, Evie and Dr. Chase will be meeting, as Evie is there to pick him up. But before that meeting happens, Jackie, Do you wait for your boss to come talk to you, or do you go to them with this what the fuck is going on attitude?
My push to talk isn't working.
That's
Hold
okay.
on.
You're good. No, listen, tech issues happen. You're good. You're good. All good.
I go to them. Yeah, going, so this and this and this and so this thing, and even the cryptids are talking about it, and even this and what is going on here?
Oh, I wish we knew. Oh, I wish we knew. Okay, listen.
As soon as they say they don't know.
Mhm.
I mean, keep talking, and I'm on my computers and like the screens. I'm already like pulling up things where they're not there.
He actually takes and closes the laptop. He closes his office door. Hey. Closes his office door, closes the laptop. Holds up a finger. And goes and shuts his office window. And makes sure that the camera in his own office is deactivated.
I pause and go, hold on, and like there's a little hidden camera that he didn't know about, and I put a sticker over it. Okay.
We're gonna have to talk about that later.
I didn't put it there. I just found it.
Now we're gonna have to talk about it more. But in the meantime, I know your little side projects usually don't get in the way of anything we do here. We've had a little bit of information come in about this today, but not on the scale you have. Unfortunately, per protocol, I can't send you out on things that we don't know about, so here's the deal. I'm sending you on an official mission to research one specific innocuous thing. Should you happen to find yourself following those other leads, I cannot help you. I cannot get you out of trouble. But I will be here for that report and do with it what I can. You're on your own on this one.
Like the way you think.
With a slight exception, because I've met you and I've seen you drink. Not always the lightest on your feet. And I worry about, I know a guy. Sent him out on all kind of jobs. Gonna be a good bodyguard. And may be able to get you some clearance into places that, more legitimately, that you have found in illegitimate ways.
You're sending me with a babysitter?
I'm sending you with a partner. I know you're used to working on your own, but that's not going to cut it this time, especially since I cannot be there to watch your back. Got it?
Well, yeah.
The official paperwork on this is that you're going to check a radio tower in Ohio. What you choose to make of that is up to you.
Sending me to check a radio tower?
Officially.
Okay.
Your contact's name is Mr. Sullivan. He'll meet you there shortly.
At the tower?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like a government like encoding tower. It's like a it is a satellite. It is a spot you have a reason to be at. He's trying to send you somewhere you legitimately could be that he can put on the paperwork. He knows that may not be where you end up, but he's putting on the... At least that's where you're going to meet Mr. Sullivan. What you all do after... Do you get to what?
Do I get to climb the tower?
It's not that kind of tower. It's a bigger, like, it's not... Yeah. So...
Those ones are fun.
I agree. But he is at least sending you there to meet Gareth, who is about to get a text from his boss. What you choose to do at that point with the research that you have that you're not supposed to have is up to you. Gareth Sullivan is having a perfectly normal day. You're having a perfectly normal day. No one in your office watches the news. No one gives a fuck, apparently.
Hey, Steve.
Gareth and Steve are just having a day. They're having a good time. They're having fun. Until you get a call. From an unknown number. But that's normal in your job. That's normal in your line of work. It's not even a call, it's a text. Assigning you this person. Assigning you already have a plane ticket. You are to get there immediately. They have a car waiting for you outside. Do you go?
Yeah. What information do I have on the person?
You are told
Like
that you
in the packet.
you
in
are
the cell
you are
phone.
given you are given no you are told that you will be debriefed when you arrive.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Then I will head back to my office. I haven't had my banana yet, so I will go back to my office, grab the banana, grab am I even gonna? Yeah, he has a little to-go bag ready in his
I love that
office that is
everyone who
it's
has their go
I mean
bags.
it's just it's a small backpack with two changes of clothes, one athletic, one business, and then he is in semi-business every day at the office. So it's a very basic whatever situation he's about to run into, he can be dressed for. And then yeah, he'll go out to the car, eating his banana. Finally.
Amazing. Camera cuts back to the warehouse where Claudia has finished typing the message you just got and finished arranging the emails and the messages she has sent to make sure that people gather. The warehouse picked these people for her. She's damn sure going to make sure that none of them are on their own. And she can only keep track of so much at once. She's just one person, as Artie constantly reminds her. But Claudia does also have a job to do. She is going through the warehouse, picking items off shelves, as Artie follows in her wake, questioning every single choice of, are you sure the whiplash on that thing will kill you? Yeah, I know, I figured it out, okay? Yes, I'm using, I know every artifact has a downside. I know every artifact has a drawback. Artie, how long have you been doing this? And she is packing her own bag. And she will get to one of your groups at some point. But for now, Aaron, Evie, you are flying in Evie's jet to one moment.
I'm sorry, we're in like a jet?
Don't you have a fighter jet, Evie?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting there fast. I would love to see this, actually. Actually, yeah, fuck that. You are walked out to the plane, Aaron. Go.
How do you do with that?
I've never withstood more than just the single G that is exerting pressure on us right now.
So if you bark from my plane, typical Uber fee is $600.
I'll have you bill my employer because I am making no presumptions as to how well I'm going to handle this. You go through extensive training to operate a vehicle like this, right?
Yeah, but like, you'll be fine. I believe in you. And I was just kidding about the $600. We'll just probably punch you in the shoulder.
Oh, I wouldn't have paid it. I'd rather $600 than be punched. The company would cover it. Lead on, I suppose. How do you get in? Is there a crew and a ladder? Is that just movies?
It's a ladder and a little hatch for you. You're gonna sit in the back right behind me.
All right. Let's move. Do you know how long the flight is? Should I download a movie or anything? I'm kidding. I'm going to be conscious for all of 45 seconds as soon as you begin to accelerate. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I'm very sorry.
I would die for this man already. I just have to say it.
I apologize.
Same.
This is very serious endeavor.
Together, it'll be okay. We'll get there soon.
Right. Lead on then. Away. Tally ho. What is it Americans think British people say? Is that
Huzzah?
Huzzah! Excellent choice. And Aaron Chase is gonna climb into the most like uncomfortably, like he climbs up the ladder, but then turns around and like scoots up, and then has to like turn himself around, and it's just, I imagine, painful for any person that is even remotely familiar with this vehicle
And
to
as
watch.
soon as I at least a little bit secured, I just get it going.
Yeah, and he almost immediately faints. Like, not from fear, just is like, it's that as you begin to accelerate, his eyes just like roll back and he passes out.
Probably better that way.
As as you are flying to Wisconsin is where you have been instructed to go. Yes, I had to look up on the map what other states other than Michigan bordered the Great Lakes. I will have all of you know, as much planning as I did, Ohio was an accident. The fact that it also borders the Great Lakes was absolutely.
It was planned.
The
It was
magic of the
planned.
warehouse is protecting me. So, to recap, Group 1 is heading toward Wisconsin. Group 2 is heading toward Ohio. And Evie, as you are flying, you get a weird sort of static in your headset. And a voice comes on the line. Excuse me, Pilot Marins? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
My name is Agent Donovan. Clearance level, and she says a clearance level that makes sense to people who understand clearance levels. And it is higher than yours. I need to know right now. You're either in or you're out. This mission's gonna take you some weird places, trust me. If you choose to follow through with it, you're in. If not, you can drop off the doctor and we'll get him somewhere else safely.
Seems you already know a bit about me, then you know that I'm in.
Yeah, that's why I picked you. I gotta say I like it, I respect it. Okay. I'll send you what I can soon, but for right now, whatever's happening out there, expect that it's probably more dangerous than you want to think. The cotton candy cloud thing seems like it could be a joke, and then you actually fly into one, and I'm sure you understand what that could do to a plane. Just don't die up there, okay?
Hasn't killed me yet.
I look forward to meeting you in person. Donovan out. And Claudia's voice leaves the headset. And you return to your regularly scheduled whatever you listen to while you fly. However, the doctor was not given that choice. He's just asleep in the back. He's fucking unconscious. She was basically like, you can drop him off and you can leave, or you can take him and we're going to use you, and it's gonna be great. Phenomenal. And just drop him off right here, out the plane. It's fine. Strap a parachute to him. He'll be okay. But our second group in Ohio. Gareth, you get there first. And, waiting for you is a redhead in a leather jacket, high boots, skinny jeans. Got a big bag of just you don't even know what. Got a whole, like, bandolier full of little tech things. She makes fanny packs look cool because they're just filled with tools. She is one walking techie tool belt, essentially. She's pulling something off of the radio tower that she just used to hack into Evie's headset and putting it back in her bag. And says, Agent Sullivan, you're the one whose record I actually knew already. Pleasure to meet you. Claudia Donovan.
Nice to meet you as well, Miss Donovan. Can I ask what you knew and who else you didn't know about?
Well, there's two I didn't know about as much. One, because she actually does a really good job of hiding her signature in the web, so I'm a little freaked out by that. She'll be here shortly, though. The other one, didn't know about him as much because he's not local. He lives here now, but I don't always have records to everyone's entire history of their from outside the country. The warehouse tends to specialize. Its staff, at least. I was surprised that it picked someone. I thought it was going to be looking for Americans, and he just wasn't on my radar. But I suppose that's my fault. Some of the best agents I've known are British. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, I knew enough, and none of it we should be talking about right here next to things that could possibly be bugged. But I'm going to give you the same offer I gave the other one I already knew about. Agent Marins, who is a pilot on their way to another situation. You're either in or you're out. Whatever's about to happen here, I cannot guarantee that anyone's clearance levels are safe, that any of the information that's coming is going to be normal. And I can't make you sign a gag order afterwards. So if you go on this mission, you're in or you're out.
Well, I haven't turned down a mission yet, so
God.
we'll see what happens, I guess.
So that's an in?
Yeah, if nothing else than to find out who you are and what you knew about me.
I like the curiosity. Or the recklessness. I haven't decided yet.
Could be both.
Anyway.
I haven't either.
Anyway, there's your partner for the day. Or for however long this takes. As the car that they sent Jackie in is arriving as well. You're both flown in as quickly as possible. And the Concorde gets you there in half the time. And are dropped off. You get out of the car, Jackie, and they're both waiting for you. So, I hear you're officially here to check out this radio tower. Officially.
Officially.
And unofficially? Do you have thoughts?
Many thoughts and many, many questions.
Finally, one of you does. I'm a little concerned about the other two just accepting my terms without asking any.
Terms? I'm just here to be nosy.
Exactly.
Um,
And you
first
are,
of
Gareth, you notice she doesn't offer Jackie the same thing.
I am paying attention to that. Yes.
she probably just assumes that I'm in, because
Oh, she has other thoughts.
interesting. I should describe what she looks like. She says 5 foot. She's 4 foot 11 and a half inches. Curvy, not skinny by any means, but not fat either. She's just big boned. Kind of olive skin, definitive mutt. Like, her dad was Puerto Rican, grew up in England. Her mom is Irish and from America. Like, she's just a mutt. But her hair is red brown in the back and bright aqua, like in the front, and very, very curly, like poof. And not wearing governmental clothes by any means. Torn jeans, very, very worn in work boots, probably Xena style. If you're familiar with those, they're like chemical worker work boots, but also like really nice looking. And a brown leather jacket with pockets sewn everywhere. And a massive, massive messenger bag with zippers up the sides so that she can just unzip it and unroll the whole thing. And so she's already, as she's talking, she's already digging in her bag for some things. Like, pulls out a tablet, starts flipping through things while digging with the other hand in a pocket. And it's like, okay, so.
Somebody's already got a plan.
Yeah. Starts asking, like, okay, so are you here about all of the things going on? And she lists off the squirrels, the candy clouds, the sap, the weather change, like starts going through the whole list.
Yeah. No, I'm aware. Unfortunately, I think yes. Any other time in my life, before I started my job, I would have assumed this much going wrong was just coincidences, but I've now been in this job too long to believe in coincidences anymore. All of you getting wrapped into this, or finding out about it, or the world imploding all at once, leads me to believe that we're not dealing with a series of problems. We're dealing with one big problem causing many effects. So,
Right. That's what was my thought. 2 or 3 weird things happening. That's weird. This many weird, like, completely outside of reality things, that's a pattern.
Wait. Cotton candy clouds?
he spent his whole drive playing Bejeweled Blitz on his phone.
Literally!
He's literally never
He's been
Do you
playing
watch-
Candy Crush for the last 6 hours.
Are you even at least on Facebook? Like,
Not
you
in the
have no...
plane.
I don't know.
Listen, plain time is me time. What? Cotton candy clouds?
Yeah, really. Planes covered in cotton candy doesn't do good for the engines.
We've got a team heading over to Wisconsin already to deal with where a lot of the nature-related anomalies seem to be happening. It's bioengineering, may be able to look into if the chemicals are being messed with. In any case, that's not what we're here to do, though. What we're here to do is, officially, so we might as well use it. And she points behind her at the massive building and tower that they've been sent to deal with, I tend to like to figure out where these things started. I doubt that this is somebody just flying a massive crop duster plane with artifact dust all over the planet.
Artifact?
I'm gonna use the term artifact a lot. Let's just put it
Like
this
urban
way.
legend artifacts?
Some of them, yeah. And I'll have more time to get into it when the world isn't tearing itself apart at the seams. But basically, my job, and now your job, is to find the things that are ruining the world's day, bag it, snag it, and tag it. And then we put it away in a shelf that my predecessor likes to call America's Attic, but I tend to think of it as just the coolest museum in the world. And my personal sandbox. So, in the meantime, though, all of these things have the potential to destroy the planet. I've seen that happen. Rewrite time and space. I've lived through that happening. Something seemingly innocuous like cotton candy clouds turns into something a whole lot more like the air being unbreathable for the rest of eternity. So, our job is to find it. We're the ones equipped to find it, and our job is to keep secret that it exists in the first place. Faster we can contain the threat, the better. Any questions? Mr. Sullivan.
Million, but they're all...
The information that I got on my phone earlier, did it even have a name on it for who I was supposed to be meeting?
She did give you Agent Donovan and Agent King. Yes.
Okay, so
She did give you information about who they would be because she was in a hurry and she was trying to connect 4 dots at once.
Yeah.
But you were...
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that I was at least given... Preferably Donovan's name, just because he thinks that she's a little crazy at the moment.
Oh, good. Give it a few episodes. It's gonna be worse.
Yeah. He is just gonna... He's trying to take it all in. He is... Sure. Yeah. Okay. Artifacts. So where do we start?
Well, where you start is, and her face kind of panics as she's looking behind Gareth, and she says, where you start is take this, and she pulls a gun out of her bag, a real gun, and tosses it at you in case you don't have one, and deal with that as you turn around to find a massive ass lion just staring you two down. Yes, correct. Claudia's not crazy. She's proved me right several times. He doesn't know that yet. It's okay. We'll let him off the hook, but correct.
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 How close is this lion, out of curiosity?
Far but charging.
Okay,
actively.
that's fine. That's fine.
As she turns you to deal with that and says, I hope the warehouse is right about you two. She grabs Jackie by the arm in Doctor Who and Rose style, run for your life, and pulls her toward the tower. Immediately. And
Yep, running for the big kitty.
yeah, the two techies are going to go try to figure out where to go and what might be causing. She just gets the tech out of the way and says, "You start looking if you can figure out where all of this originated. Triangulate whatever the hell you have to." And I would like both of you to roll for initiative, please. First rolls of the game.
Christ. I never decided which of these dice to use.
Oh no!
I'm gonna use this one to start off with, and if it fucks me, then
Then
it gets put in jail.
I'm gonna use
7.
I'm gonna use handmade dice that I made. Because pretty. 7?
I used the chunker
Oh
that
god, 7.
Ooh.
Thanks.
I got a 4.
I'm too busy
14.
staring at the giant kitty.
I love it. Yeah, move! Like, yeet! So, keep in mind what your, Matthew, I would like you to find, and take from the gear, any basic small, one-handed small arm.
Okay, gotcha.
And, yes.
If possible, he would have already had a gun on him.
I assumed as much.
Yes, I mean, I will
Yeah.
gladly
You
take
make-
a second one.
Yeah, exactly. But she just makes sure she's making sure you're equipped, both hands if you need
Perfect.
to.
Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So you have that. While you two look over your skills, because it's brand new, I'm gonna cut back to Aaron and Evie, who are landing in Wisconsin.
I'm gonna use my. Hold on, I have the ability. It's called Snap Out of It. I'm gonna slap him, and I'm gonna do 1d4 damage to remove his unconsciousness.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Fuck me. As he sits up, a little pile of like candy wrappers falls out of his jacket because he hasn't been asleep for like the last half hour. He's been like just snacking and just being quiet and enjoying just the quiet. How much damage does he take?
4.
4.
Max effort.
I'm up. He gathers up the wrappers and like tucks them into his pockets. I take it we're here then.
Yeah, get your stuff. Let's go.
Yeah, just one moment. And he starts gathering up a couple bags. And I was really given limited information as to where we're going. I know what I'm supposed to do once we're here, but do you have any directions? Do we have a base of operations? Is there another lab I'm supposed to be reporting to?
By the time he's packed up all of his stuff and finished asking his question, I'm already like 50 paces ahead. Don't ask questions.
Right.
I just go off mission. Let's rendezvous where we're supposed to be.
Okay, that's fine. He'll work to catch up. He's got like 3 bags that are under like tucked under his arms.
This is the buddy cop movie I need.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna grab one of his bags and throw it over my shoulder, whichever one's the least valuable because I'm rough with it.
One of his medical kits, probably. Just, yeah, I'll hit off that. He's like, asking questions is going to be a big part of what we're doing here.
Well, that's what you're here for.
I suppose I'll just trust you to watch my back. I'll do what I do best. You do what you. And I'll just keep going. And he is immediately like already like going. Now that he has kind of a free arm, he is like taking a baggie out of another pocket and just taking like pebbles and rocks from the runway, a couple things, and is just like taking random samples of just whatever he can. He's as not off-put as he seems. He's worked with bioweapons in the past, and so he's trying to gather as much information as possible.
And I'm just gathering information based off his energy, and I know that there's some sort of reason behind his pebbles, and I just subtly pick one up as well and stick it in my pocket.
I love this dynamic so much. What the fuck? I love this. I don't ask questions, but I follow. It's fine. That was adorable. Anyway, so you've been given a location. You've been given actual coordinates for, like, this seems to be the heart of problem area in town. But you realize as you get closer that you don't need it. You don't need coordinates. You can follow the screams as what seems to have started in a massive park at the heart of this city has turned into essentially Candyland. What you can see, you can hear children freaking out because the benches they were sitting on have turned to gummy and they are melting into them, and they're being sucked into these benches. They can the concrete is no longer concrete, it is pudding. You can hear the freaking out of, like, feels like it's not great. It would be very funny if you were not about to watch a child drown like in quicksand in chocolate pudding. A little terrifying when you realize that trees that are meant to be structurally made of wood suddenly turn into things that have no discernible roots and are starting to fall. Very quickly, this place is becoming a minefield of instability. What do you do?
Well, as soon as I see the children, I'm gonna head straight into the benches and grab them and pull them out as quickly. And in the meantime, I've dropped the bags. They're on the ground outside of in a safe area, but no longer on my person. I need to be able to move as quickly as possible.
Amazing. Aaron?
Aaron is looking for momentum, a direction. If there are people that seem like they've been affected by this, like things have been affected earlier, and things more recently, to show a point of origin. Like,
I would like both of you also to roll for initiative. Get your numbers and we'll come back to you in a moment.
okay.
All right, Gareth, Jackie, where are you rolling wise? Who goes first? What are you at?
14.
14. Jack?
And I had gotten a 7.
Great. The lion got a 1.
Okay.
Claudia got a 4. I'm not going to worry about her stats right now, so she will go after you both, but before the lion. Just so that feels important to mention. All right. Yeah. Matthew, go.
Okay. So lion, are you kidding me? He he is going to go ahead and just, like, he catches the gun that Claudia threw at him, and he's like, and just through his head, he's like, God, that was so unsafe. Why would you ever throw a gun? God, why would you ever fucking do that? And then he is going to just try and quickly recover. And he also pulls out a very small pocket pistol out of, I guess, his pocket. And so he has both of them. And he is going to, your speed is a 30. Flat answer, unless you have some class ability that changes it. So he is going to go ahead and just shoot, I guess, twice, because both of the weapons that he is choosing, he has the one that she gave him is going to be a caseless pistol, and he has a pocket pistol, and they are both considered light. So using regular D&D rules, I think that's an action and a bonus action
Yep.
to be able to use both of them.
Yep.
So he's going to go ahead and, sorry, I have obviously there's so many different here. I can't give myself advantage just yet. So yeah. So I'll just shoot twice. Fuck it. Let's see. That is these dice to read. That is going to be a 14 and a 22 to hit.
14 does not hit, 22 does. Roll your damage.
Okay. Perfect. You got it. So is this just if actually, you know what? He's gonna go ahead and use one of his good guesses. He from whenever he's been in the field, he sometimes you can just kind of right before you do something see that it's going to be a little bit off. So he is going to re-roll that first one. And that is much better. 21 to hit.
That hits.
This perfect. So then am I only able to do vacation? Nope. Perfect. I will go ahead. He is going to also expend one of his hit dice because he is used to taking things out just as quickly as possible. So he is really making sure to aim this first shot well. And he gets to expend a hit die in order to double the dice's damage on this first it's double all damage dice. Yep. So the first attack is a 18 points of damage, and the second one is 11 points of damage for a total of 29.
Thank you for giving me a total. Carry on.
You're welcome. And he is oh god. I guess he's gonna try and the other two ran directly back. So after shooting twice, he's going to just make loud yelling noises and start heading off to the right to just like generic over here.
Yeah.
Ah!
Draw them
as
away
he
from the,
tries to draw the
Nice.
lion
Yep.
away from these two people.
Yep, exactly. All right. Jackie.
How from the tower? Are we?
It'll take us around to get there.
Okay.
It'll take us around to get there with running and dashing. Both of us.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I'm just going to dash yelling, Aikido doesn't train you for this. Go.
She yells back on her turn. You're just gonna need to throw your training out the window for this one, sweetheart. Like, she is, oh, the number of things that Claudia was not trained for. And it is, the lions are in fact not filled with cotton candy. They are, however, filled with psychotic rage. Correct. The lion has quite a bit of movement. How far away from it are you, Matthew? If it was running toward you, how did you move backwards or just sideways?
I just moved sideways because I'm not going to outrun
changed.
a lot.
Smart. Thank you for not wasting your energy on that. It's going to make it to you. It is going to make it to you, and it's going to multi-attack. It is going to. We're gonna see how we do. Badly on that one. Really well on that one, unfortunately. Now might be a nice time to mention that luck points, should people donate for them, allow the players to mitigate damage, increase their armor class per round, all kinds of good stuff. That they know what it is. It's fun. All right. So it is going to make a. What the hell die am I rolling for this? A D8. There we go. It is going to. It missed on its bite. It is going to try to claw now.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to hit with the claw. It's a 19 base.
Oh God, yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
we're human, normal people.
I'm wearing a shirt and pants, so I have an AC of 13.
Yeah, this is why the luck points are going to matter, because they're going to allow them to do those superhero-ish moments of like avoiding things, which is great. But it's not a ton of damage. It is only 8 damage.
Only 8, she says, as if I don't only have 18.
It's all gonna be fine. Matthew doesn't know he's re-rolling later. Aiden, I love you. Those do nothing here. The points do not work yet here. It is just tips and stuff, because I haven't figured out how much they should cost. What was I gonna say? Right. It is. Although I appreciate you for that. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Fine. All right. Because people started doing it. Yeah. When we get up to 5, then we're adding luck to the agent pool. So we're up to 2. We need 3,000 more to get up to that amount. So go nuts, folks. And then we can add luck to the pool. But it is now Evie and Aaron's turn as the camera is bouncing back and forth between the 2 battlefields, a lake and a state apart. Oh, thank you, Sway. All right, so that's 2. There's 2 lucks in the pool for all of you, or you can use it to give the agents a clue. You gave $10 worth of points, so there it is. Okay, 1 luck in the pool, and the agents are going to get a clue. That's actually going to be very, very helpful. I'm keeping track of that. Continue. Evie, Aaron, what was your initiative?
17 for me.
All right. Aaron?
13 for me.
All right, fantastic. Luck for now. Okay, that's fine. And a 7 for the park. Go.
And Andrew, if you need to re-roll anything, I have 2, or not re-roll, but if you have a low roll, I have a ability that allows me to swap a roll, and I have a 16 for 2 rolls. For now.
Awesome. Good to know. I think otherwise you're first, though.
Yes. The initiative that you rolled for, Pixie, what was that for?
For the park itself. For the land.
Got it. Okay, I'm gonna just dash towards the closest people in danger. So doubling my action, doing 60 speed. And then I'm just gonna yell at the doctor just to stay back. We don't want you to get hurt in this. Just do the research you can. I'll save everybody.
Is that everything you're doing, or?
Yeah, because I was using my action to double my speed to just grab as people as I can and get them out of there. I don't know how many people I'd be able to grab with that, but.
Right. Aaron, just all of his bags, he just like drops to the ground and he starts going through, and he is looking to see if there is like a point of origin he can identify.
I need you to make a give me a sciences check.
18 plus 25.
Good God. All right, cool. You can actually see, So, you can actually see the point of origin is, this fountain in the center of the park. It seems to be smoking and bubbling over like a potion in a children's book of some kind, you know? It's like a witch's cauldron, a fountain. Like somebody poured soap into it and it starts to bubble up, but it's not quite that. Every now and then snakes pour out, but they turn into gummy snakes as they go. Things start trying to crawl out and they turn into weird little childhood nightmares. The fountain itself appears to be made of gingerbread and start honey instead of water, as this entire place has become something really bizarre and you're not sure if you're on an acid trip or not. It feels like a thing that you would dream and not actually see in real life, but that's what you got, though.
Okay, and I'm guessing it was my action to deduce that?
It was your action to deduce. Also, you managed to save 4 children, Evie, with your, I rolled a d4 for you, and you got all 4. So you managed to save 4 of the smalls. Congrats. Just keep track of that.
See how many are left?
Countless. It was a popular day in a park. This is like a Tuesday during summer vacation. Like this is a day there are kids there. Like there are people there.
using his action to deduce that, Aaron starts running towards the fountain. He goes, I really wish I could just stay back. You save as many people as you can. I'm going to try to stop this. And that's Aaron's turn.
Keeping him in the corner of my eye.
I'm here for the teamwork where they're like, you save everyone, I'll figure this out. I'll save everyone, you figure this out. Go us. Whereas me, Claudia made the decisions for the other group. You save us, we'll go figure this out. Looking at the skills that she knows, she was doing research on her flight. Matthew.
Candy Crush.
Listen, that's what they're dealing with in Wisconsin. Okay?
Exactly, yeah.
You were at the wrong location, apparently. So, the park is going to retaliate, however, because it has lair actions. As you, Andrew, as you get Aaron, as you get closer to, trying to go research, have grab whatever you need, or trying to get to the breaking point, I need both you and Evie to please roll a dexterity saving throw.
I'm so sorry.
17.
A dex saving throw?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a D20 plus, if you look at the top left of your sheet, you have your saving throws, which if you're not proficient, if you are proficient, you add your dexterity modifier and your proficiency. If you're not proficient, it's just your dexterity modifier.
It is a dirty 20.
Nice. As you both managed to avoid the rippling and cracking and tearing of the ground as these massive snaking roots begin to run beneath the grass and crack open the grass and the jello and the everything, and even things that are still normal rock and stone in nature, and are and burst out these wicked-looking massive vines that are going and starting to chase and starting to wrap around ankles and starting to wrap around wrists and starting to grab people who are here at this park and stop them from leaving. The children you've already gotten to safety are out of the range of its influence, but everyone nearby is now unable to keep running, as this very angry plant has burst from underneath the fountain itself. Gareth, you're up.
Okay. He is... So, with my, I have a couple of solid skills, and one of them is the ability to, search with a bonus action. So, can I look around? Is there anything else? Is this lion just here? Or is there like something else? Are there other animals? Is there a circus master nearby? Can I make a perception check to look for one of those?
You can make a perception check, yes.
You got it. Because a lion in the middle of what I assume is a field is really fucking random.
Yeah.
In Ohio, that is going to be a 22.
18 was the DC to get the information I wanted you to have.
Yes.
You don't see anything else but what you hear and feel even in your heart. You thought your heartbeat was just really loud in your ears for a minute until you realized that deep in the distance, somewhere, there is drumming. But that's what you got. That was your bonus action. What is your action?
My action is to be confused. No, I'm gonna go ahead and he hears that and for just a split second is distracted and then feels the just the blinding pain of lion claws in him, and is brought immediately back to the fight at hand. And he is going to he's not used to fighting lions, but he is very, very used to killing people. So he is going to just kind of try and put his gun up to where he thinks the lion's heart might be. And I'm going to go ahead and get ahead of the curve and use procedural memory one of my things to give myself a reroll, which
Oh
also
yeah, it's so
gives
good.
me. It's
Procedural
very
memory
good.
is so broken, y'all.
It also gets. Oh, I just threw that die. It gets counted as me having advantage, which is important for other things. So that is a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, so first, the lion has disadvantage on attack rolls against me until the beginning of my turn. Second, I'm just gonna turn that into a crit, because of my intended target. It is within 20 feet of me. I hit when I had advantage, so it's a crit. And then I'm gonna go ahead and use my second hit die to double all damage dice. Because this thing, I don't want. This is a lion, and I am a person, and I want it dead. So that is going to be 16 plus. Yeah, 22 points of damage to this lion.
Sorry, how many?
22.
Good God. The smile at suddenly tuning into chat and seeing some things. If you as players have things or guesses or whatever, your characters may also have them. Like, this is real world information. Like,
Fair.
so carry on. And I'm sorry if I also quick note, because I did say I had some rule things and some whatevers. I am also still adjusting some stuff on the fly, so I may have led people astray by accident. I never mean to. I may have lost track of what I said could or could not happen. But basic weapons, a small pistol, whatever, if your character has a reason to have them. I don't think the hacker necessarily would. I do think that the assassin would. I don't think that the bioengineer would necessarily have that. I feel like probably the pilot would. If Aaron had come to me and been like, yes, I personally am going to have a bazooka, I would have been like, no, you're not. Fuck off. Like, no, you're not. Like,
Fair.
It would be a Biozuka?
God
Sure.
damn it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. With
So mad at you.
being CIA, would I have a gun no matter
No, you
what?
would not.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, no, you would not.
Yeah. I figured I was weaponless.
Yep. Perfect.
Is the lion moving?
It is still trying to attack you. It's
Okay,
still
that
up.
is all I needed. Then he is going to yell out. I don't know if he thinks that it's actually drums. So he's I think he's gonna equate it to a rhino. Is the only thing that his brain is like giant animal, large steps, beating something. So he's gonna just yell out to the other two. I don't think this lion's alone. There's probably something else. I don't know yet though. It sounds big.
Okay. Jackie, you're up, and then Claudia will go. We can make it to the tower this turn, by the way, and
Okay,
start doing stuff.
I'm still running, and luckily she does stay in shape, so she's still going.
Amazing.
And did I hear the drums?
If you want to stop and investigate. If you want to take an action or a bonus action or whatever to listen for them, you may. But
Yeah,
I was like, that'll be. We have limited action economy here.
Right. Yeah. No. Still running. Just running for it.
All right. You made it to the tower. You were told to research, triangulate, try to find a actual source using this tower essentially as a stronger beacon than you would have at your office.
Right.
Yeah. You've been given permission to hack into a satellite, basically.
Do they have a actual sort of what I'm looking for?
Interface?
Yeah, an interface, a multiple screens.
There's an inside. You are surprised to find that the door is already open to this place. You can assume that if Claudia was there first, she already went to the trouble of cracking this thing open, and then Gareth arrived and she had other things to deal with. But you can get inside easily. It is an empty command center of sorts. Inside there's about 4 computers. and multiple screens. This satellite, you can't tell what it is used for, but when you get inside, it's a little bit clearer that this is a communication satellite, a dish essentially that communicates with other with satellites or in space. But it is the ground version. It's called a dish, a satellite dish. That is the second part of that phrase I was forgetting to add. It is probably used for communications. It's probably heavily encrypted since CIA has access to it and no one else really does, and no one's here working right now. This is a specialized or out of commission. It's either specialized or decommissioned recently. And so nothing is plugged in or on yet, but you know it'll turn on real fast, and you know that as soon as you get in, you will have access to whatever you need to find.
Okay.
All right.
And I like don't even really stop. Like just dive under and start plugging things in.
Mm-hmm. All right,
So-
great, amazing. Roll me a. I just dive under, start plugging things in. I love that energy. Please roll me a computer use check or an engineering check. You may pick either. I'm assuming your computer use is higher, but I could be wrong.
16. Engineering's higher by 1.
Oh, cool. What was it again?
16.
It takes you a little bit longer than you would like, but you do not have to spend a second round doing this. Next round, you will be able to make your checks and make your investigate. You basically are able to spend the turn plugging everything in and logging in. Everything is on now. It is Claudia's turn.
Talking about, did they really have to unplug everything?
Yeah. Claudia is well, it's the CIA. What the hell do you expect? They're way too secretive. She goes to start. She hears Gareth scream of, "It's not alone." She swears in some language you don't know. She swears in Swiss. She spent a lot of time in Sweden with her brother and the super collider. She learned. She just looks, she goes, "Okay, there's always a central point. If this is one artifact, it is somewhere specific sending out these beacons. Find out how far this stretches, and you should be able to figure out the origin point from there. I'm gonna go make sure he doesn't die. You good?"
I'm good. You go.
Great. She turns back around. She has started pulling things out of her bag. She spent her bonus action talking to you, her movement running, and her action building. But she's coming back as quickly as she can. She's just, run, fuck. All right, great. Evie and Aaron, go.
All right, so I have 2 small arms. I have a high caliber autoloader and a pocket pistol. The pocket pistol I have tucked in my boot, but it seems I need the one with more shots per reload. So I'm gonna pull out my high caliber and I'm gonna start off aiming at one of the vines to try to free one of the like able-bodied adults to like get somebody that could probably help.
Perfect, take the shot.
Okay, perfect. It's a 1.
First shot misses. I muted at the wrong time. Thank you, Matthew. I did forget the lion because I was very focused. He's like, I don't want to be attacked, but no, it's true. So you missed the first one. I'll come back to Matthew, and then we'll do Andrew. You you get multiple shots though, correct?
So it says 6 shots per reload. Is that 6 shots per action? Or...
Reload means, so you'll have to take a separate action to reload after you're done shooting 6 times, basically. So it is essentially you have 6 shots before you have to reload, whether you take those over 6 turns or 3 turns twice, totally up to you, but then you will have to spend an action reloading.
Okay, cool. And I have a little chart to note that down. So
Yeah.
then how do I know how many shots that I have?
How many did you take already?
Just the
Just
one.
the one, so you have 5 left.
So unless you have an ability that allows you to do multiple attacks per attack action,
Mhm.
you will get one
shot
I
per,
think,
yeah.
Unless Andrew is maybe gonna correct me.
I think with firearms in the system, guns have a rate of fire stat.
It's for only burst. There are some that burst, and there are some that single.
Right.
The gun will say burst if it has a bursting fire. If it has
Or
a bursting
auto.
fire or you're using it, then it will tell you multiple bullets. For instance, it'll say burst 2 or burst 3. That means it will have 2 or 3 shots per time that you're doing, or that's what it will use.
Okay.
So those small arms shouldn't have a burst ability. Also, you can choose to use it or not. A thing that is glossed over is you can choose to use burst or use single fire. So for now, at least, assume you're only using 1 shot.
So if it only has 1 shot per attack,
Yeah.
basically, if it has the light trait, you can use your bonus action to attack a second time. But it does take up your bonus action. So you can do 1 attack with your main action. And if you have a second gun, or maybe the same one, it's kind of up to Pixie on this one, you can use your bonus action to make a second attack.
I'm going to allow bonus action for second attack if it's light.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna do that. So first shot, I'm like, as I'm pulling out my gun, I'm actually shooting it, so that way I can just get as quickly as possible. And obviously that misses. Second shot is a 7.
Also gonna miss. Their AC, just so you know, is 10. It's not super high because they are plants, but what, Matthew?
You are you adding anything to your die roll, or is it just your blank die roll that you are calling?
Right, you have a stat you can add to that.
Okay, where do I find that? Because
Not a problem.
So, by default, if it is a ranged weapon, it will be your dexterity modifier plus probably your proficiency bonus, because I assume you are proficient in small one-handed arms.
I'm assuming.
So it will be the 2 of those together. Some abilities, like I have a ladder ability that allows me to use my wisdom instead of my dexterity. But those will be the 2 things that you add on top of your die roll to figure out what your 2 hit is. Your dexterity will also be added, just your dexterity, to your damage roll.
Okay, perfect. So then, obviously the first one still missed. But then the second one, it would be actually 10.
Hits. Meets it, beats it. Alright, roll your damage.
Okay, perfect. So it's gonna be 1d6.
Look at you having the gun stats. I'm so proud. Can we get some hype in chat for Ray for first D&D game and having it together? I'm so proud.
And meanwhile, I'm sitting here thinking like I don't have it together at all.
You're doing
You do.
so good though. Like I cannot
Yep.
stress that enough. Genuinely.
Well, it was only So for damage, does that also have a added bonus to it, or is it just a flat die roll?
It is your dexterity. So just your dexterity modifier that gets added to it. You don't add your proficiency, but you do get to add the stat modifier.
Okay, perfect. So then it was 3 damage.
Chat says Percy would be proud. It's very true. These plans are forfeit. It's fine. I am going to. Sorry, your soul is forfeit line will live with me until I die. One of them does release. It shatters in where you shot it into a hailstorm of tiny, tiny sprinkles. And kind of shrivels and lets go of the person it was holding. Well done. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that was my
Perfect.
action number.
Well done. All right, great. Andrew, you're up.
Aaron's gonna keep running for the fountain.
He easily makes it with just movement.
Okay, and then looking for whatever is causing this.
All right.
This is
If I can get from you, please. You can either roll me a sciences or a nature check.
okay. They're the same. We're gonna go sciences. Do science to it. 24.
With a 24, you realize that you kind of start digging around and touching you touch the outside of the now gingerbread foundation and realize that it crumbles easily beneath your hand and it's sticky and there's honey and it's awful. But beneath that, it's still stone. The foundation is still stone. You peel up the edge of the grass by what is sugar spun grass now and realize that underneath is still real dirt. Whatever this is superficial. though still very real and effective. Whatever this is happening to the earth, not because of it. Whatever is happening is an exterior force affecting this. This is not causing these problems.
Okay, so there's nothing. The effect seems to be radiating from something in the fountain, or
You can keep digging in the fountain, but you get the feeling. Actually, I'm gonna allow you a free bonus action of make me a make me a perception check.
that is a 19.
With a 19, you realize that with a 19, you listen and you can hear something in the fountain. It sounds like drumming, maybe. You hear, it's very hard to make out over the screams and the footsteps. But more importantly, you think you hear a voice. You think you hear something speaking. Not to you, but just speaking. It's very quiet. Fades in and out pretty easily. You may spend your next turn investigating further to see if you can tell what that voice is or what it's saying, or you can fucking run.
Okay.
Alright, it is the park's turn as it does very badly. The park does very badly. The effect I was going to roll for is not happening. So you're all very lucky. Good job. I am going to really fast have the lion attack.
It has disadvantage against.
Great. Amazing. A natural 1 for its first attack. A natural 1 for its first attack. Thank you. Does it have disadvantage for both or just the first?
Yes, it has disadvantage on all attacks.
That's
against
okay.
me.
Well, this second roll was a natural 1 immediately as well, so it doesn't actually need to roll the second time. Good, lucky, amazing. And yes, please everyone make sure you go follow Hackety Finding, okay? Thank you for the shout out. All right. Gareth, you are actually up though, as the lion has missed twice.
Thank
and
God.
looks pissed about it.
Good. Hopefully it will look dead about it in a second. But actually, first I would like to, I think there's a rhino coming. So can I please use my bonus action once again to continue? Actually, first I'll try and kill this lion. And then I will deal with the rhino that I think is on its way. So I'm going to again. Before I even roll I'll roll 1. See if it's a natural 20 anyway. It's not. So I will use my procedural memory
Don't forget,
to be able to give myself.
You all have those luck points, and they do not roll. They do not roll over between games, so don't be afraid to use them. You currently have 4.
Does luck count as advantage?
Luck in those cases does not count as advantage. It's like blessed. It behaves like blessed, but as though we gave it a d6 instead. You can just add it to any of those things. So
Fair enough. I just needed advantage.
no, I know mechanically you need to know for there are a lot of things
Yeah.
where if you have advantage, no, that's not what this is.
Yeah. So I gave myself advantage, so I'm going to do all the same shit that I did earlier. So it has a disadvantage against me. I'm going to force it to become a crit. Because I had advantage, and then I'm going to use my third hit die. I'm running out of these, to be fair. I'm going to use my third hit die to double all my damage dice. And then I will. So this one attack, because again, I'm trying to keep this gun near. This time, I actually move it up towards its head, as dangerous as that is, because I'm like,
Just in the mouth.
basically, Ooh. Okay. That is actually disgusting. So that's gonna be 28 points of damage
Holy shit!
because I rolled a 6 and a 5, and then I got to double that.
Nice.
Wait, Yeah, 6 and a 5 because I rolled 2 dice for my crit. Doubled the damage dice to 22 plus 6.
Good lord. All right. You doing it again?
No, is it dead?
You think it should look bloody, but
Okay.
while it looks rough, there's no actual blood coming from anywhere. It looks beaten up and torn up and not great, but it is not bleeding.
Well, yeah, that freaks me out. I want to look around again
Amazing.
then, because clearly I've been Candy Crush drugged me in the plane, and I'm just this is fake. So I would like to use my bonus action to search once more. Oh, god damn it, that one's terrible though. A 10 perception.
Nothing extra, nothing special. Genuinely
Do I
just
still hear
you do
the
still hear
drums?
the drums. They're not getting any closer. They simply are.
Okay.
Um,
He will call out, this thing's not bleeding! I've shot it so many times, and it's not bleeding. Oh god, okay. As he continues to try and save himself from the
I've
lion.
shot it so many times. The panic. I love this so much. All right, Jackie, go.
I am tapping away, got like every screen up, every computer booted, trying to go through like this one's going through CIA, this one's going through regular media, this one's going through other governmental things, this one is going through all of the dark web sort of like weird stuff. Like whatever people at this point it's weird, I'm going everywhere.
I would like you to please roll me with advantage because you are already used to tapping into all of these programs. A investigation check.
16.
That was with advantage. That's
Yeah.
fine.
I rolled 6.
No, that's
Both.
okay. That's fine. While you don't have any specific idea what might be causing all of this, you can tell there's no news that says lions have escaped from a zoo anywhere. There's no hint that there's no chatter about poisoning the water supply and causing the animals to go feral. There's so many talks of there are reports and police reports and news stories about animals in homes needing to be locked in a room as they don't get aggressive but they panic. When I say feral, it doesn't necessarily mean they're angry. It just means they are even scared. The animals. Just to make it clear, no one's childhood dog is biting them. We're fine. No one's gonna have to put down their pets during this. Like, it's okay. I just need to make that very clear. But still scared. Or acting strangely. And she did tell you to triangulate. And while you cannot get anything specifically, I had to look up a location. There it is. It seems like in smaller doses, as you trace the news cycle, these sorts of things did start happening a few weeks, a couple months ago in smaller batches and in less dramatic batches. And the first odd news stories you got were about snowfall in the summer and things like innocuous things. Suddenly an entire town winning the lottery in one night. Like many people having drawn the same number. And not a big payout, but this many people just suddenly having good luck. And success. And just promotions. And lots of proposals, lots of marriages, lots of everything, which doesn't seem unusual. Except that it was so concentrated. And it was the beginning of a news cycle spike. All of which began in Ann Arbor, Michigan. You may research Ann Arbor, Michigan to figure out what might be there, worth noting, or you may get the fuck out. It is up to you.
Researching.
All right.
There's questions I don't know answers to.
I'm going to. That's going to be a next turn because you used your action researching this first time. Roll for me and let me know what it is later. But have that in mind. Claudia has been running. She's hearing that it's not bleeding, and she goes, "Get out of the way. Let me try something. I'm so sorry. This is gonna get messy." And she pulls the cap off of what looks like a grenade. And she goes, "I promise you're gonna be fine." Before she starts to throw it, she realizes it looks like a grenade. And she goes, "I promise you're gonna be fine. Just trust me."
Oh, God.
And she throws it. She pulls the pin and yeets this thing. As it's airborne, she shouts, "Just close your mouth and your eyes!" Do you?
Yeah.
The camera sees in slow motion as this goo grenade gets closer and closer. It starts to explode this purple goop all over this lion and Gareth and the grass in the area and the pavement and everything. And Gareth is suddenly splashed with this just ick. Not as much as the lion is. And everything stops for a minute. Gareth, you may open your eyes. And then she goes, "Damn it, I was hoping that would work," as the lion is still up. She was so hoping that that was the artifact, that it was weirdly this lion thing because it's not bleeding. She was so hoping. But she will continue
Her
to
and me
run.
both.
She will continue to run towards you. I want a plate of food just handed to me off camera. What the fuck? Joey, bring me
Magic.
bring me dinner. Unseen servant, bring me food. Okay. That is Claudia's turn. Evie. The lion. No, the lion. Thank you, the lion. Thank you.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage. And it's still pissed. Ooh, you're lucky it's disadvantage. I rolled real good that first roll. All right. What is your AC?
A 13. I'm wearing a shirt.
It misses. It misses with its first one. And fucking wrecks you with its second one.
Oh, no.
So the bite continues to miss for some reason. And the claw continues to hit. The claw is not doing, I say it again, does 7 damage.
Okay, I'm going to use one of our luck points.
Yeah,
I'm
there you
very
go.
sorry, team.
That's what it's for! Use them!
Because I have a total of 10 hit points available
please
to me
use
right
them.
now.
That's what they're for!
So this was a d6, and I get to negate that much.
That much damage.
Damage?
You can,
okay,
cool. If you rolled it when I was attacking, you could have increased your armor class, but once the attack is done, it's gonna negate damage.
The damage.
Perfect.
You got it.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Essentially, it's you dodge just enough to not get hit as bad, essentially.
Yeah, the goo. The goo
Made you slippery?
it makes him slippery.
Yeah.
And so he how much it was gonna be 7?
Well, it's gonna be 7.
He has reduced it to 2.
Oh, hell yeah! Luck is a good feature. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
You're up. Okay, Evie, you're up.
All right, I think. Okay, the screen's breaking out of me, but can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull out my my gun again and just shoot at another vine for another person for 1 shot, and then for my bonus action to holler at the person that I freed to try to save as many people as I can, try to release them from the vines.
Smart.
So 15 for the first attack.
Yeah, demolishes. Don't even have to roll damage. That just explodes. Done. Great. Second attack. You shoot another one? Oh, yeah, we're shouting it. Yes. Smart.
Yeah, I was going to use the bonus action for shouting.
Um,
So the second vine that I hit was another because I'm trying to free the children now.
Nice. Perfect. All right. The adult you yell at, and also some of the ones that got free earlier, notice this lone hero trying to save everyone. And while some of them have continued to flee, a couple of them have gone back in and are following your example and are trying to get people out. Way to be inspiring. Yeah. All right. What else you got? Is that end of your turn?
Yeah, that's all I can do.
And Aaron is gonna keep trying to listen for the whatever that voice he heard. He's
Roll me an investigation, or roll me a perception check.
I'm gonna use one of our lucks. For 16.
You hear a voice like it's telling a story. A little bit. You can say you're leading in as close as you can to hear somebody telling this story. Said, when they got closer, they could not believe their eyes. If you can imagine, from top to bottom, the hut was made all of candy. From its gingerbread roof, with frosting all over the walls, and with candies tucked into the frosting, what a sight to see! Gretel, Hansel cried out. Before Gretel could say, I bet it will be okay if we just have a little taste, both of them were already biting off small chunks and licking the sweet candy. Somebody is reading the tale of Hansel and Gretel. Not as though it's to you, just reading. A male voice. Cuts in and out a little bit. And that's what you hear.
And it's kind of ever present. It's not
like it's just this quiet sort of, if you lean into the honey in the fountain, you can hear it a little bit, but when you're leaning into the real dirt, it's not there. If you listen to things that have been affected, you can almost hear it. If you were in a place that had not been yet, you would not be able to.
Hearing this, hearing that it's the tale of Hansel and Gretel, Aaron, I mean, he puts his hand into an inside jacket pocket and starts backing away from the fountain and is just muttering, I really, really don't want to fight a witch.
On that line specifically, we're going to take a quick break. Usually this is meant to be a 2-hour show with no breaks. However, it is going to be slightly longer because it's the pilot episode tonight. And I want to check in with the group and make sure everyone's on track and that we're all doing well pacing-wise. And I have to pee because I'm hydrating. So during that time, again, if you want to donate to get luck in the pool or the clues for the agents or artifacts or any of those things, you can use channel points or actual donations. And we will see you all in about 10 minutes at 10:20. See you real soon. Welcome back, everybody. There's a slightly longer than normal transition for this one, which looks all cool and techy, but what?
Oh, you're cutting out.
Am I cutting out?
Yeah, you just cut out in the middle, but
I
you're
didn't
normally
touch
good.
anything!
I know.
Okay. Am I normal now?
Now you
Yeah.
are.
Let's get back into combat,
Well,
folks.
as normal as you
Listen,
are.
does my voice sound normal now? All right.
There we go.
All right. So we had left off with, I don't want to fight a witch. Do you have more of a turn?
Yeah, he's going to use his movement and start coming back towards Evie.
Smart.
And he's going to call out, this is all superficial. I don't think that there's going to be lasting damage.
Ooh.
And that's his turn.
All right. The park. Ooh, fuck? I need you both to make a dexterity saving throw again.
14.
4.
Oh no! As
Maybe I saw the child. I was ushering them away.
I actually think Aaron distracted you. As it was it's not gonna be it's gonna be fine. There's gonna be no lasting damage. Neither of you are watching the ground. Neither of you are watching the ground. As once again, these massive vines, angry now that you're shooting them, have begun to wrap around your ankles. I would like both of you to roll 1d4 of bludgeoning damage. 1. Lucky. As you are both grappled. You are both grappled.
I said, I think.
All right. Garrett, you're up.
Okay.
Okay.
So now this line is just covered in goo.
Yep. And still fine, apparently.
Right. Okay. Agent Donovan seems to think that there is something else or something causing it, and I still think that there's a rhino, so I would like to once again use my bonus action to search. And see if I can deduce some source of this.
All right.
Oh. Yes, a natural 20 for a 26.
Oh my god. All right, with that, I'll give you all the things. What you don't find is a source. What you do realize as you look about in confusion, frustration, anger, fear,
Pain.
myriad emotions, you're listening to this drum beat, which has not changed. It has remained steady. Sounds tribal, almost. You see no other lions, but you notice something strange about this one. This lion is made of fabric. This lion is a toy. It's attacking really hard. But this lion is a toy.
Okay. He because Agent Donovan is coming towards him. It's a toy as he continues to try and shoot it.
Agent Donovan gets to roll the "do I have that in there" die.
Ooh.
Yes! Sorry. Cool. Amazing. Jackie, you're up first, though.
Oh, I try and shoot
Try and shoot him. Try and shoot him. Try and shoot him. Go.
Ooh, that was terrible. So I'm gonna go ahead and use a procedural memory.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also running out of these. Goddamn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. That is going to be a 14 against the toy.
Nope. AC's 15.
Okay. That's it. That's all I got. It does have. Wait, I don't know if it has disadvantage. Continue. I'll let you know.
Jackie, you're up. What'd you roll in your research?
17 plus 4, so 21.
Nice. There's tons of news stories around. Again, all good news, good news, good news. And then you start realizing you should maybe look for bad news in Ann Arbor. The only bad news you get in Ann Arbor is missing manuscripts from the University of Michigan Library. Did not say what they were, but that there had been a string of thefts they suspect students from the university library. Would you like to do anything else?
Gotta keep looking other than that, like,
Okay.
see if I can dig up something more concrete other than.
All right. Do me a favor. Make an intelligence check for a bonus action.
Intelligence check. 17.
Okay. You know, having been a techie, a hacker, a casual computer nerd for business and pleasure for a long time, that you could very easily break into and access the university library's catalog and see what's missing. However, given the fact that they are not mentioning, they didn't say they didn't know what was stolen, they said they're not telling you what's stolen. You have a feeling it's not going to be one of the normal books on the shelves. And therefore, you may not be able to find exactly what you're looking for. You can keep trying, but it's going to be harder to find. So.
Is there a way I could, like, circumvent, like, maybe they might not have it listed, but maybe some aficionado or somebody knows something, or alumni about something, start searching the college?
You may start researching alumni articles. Give a clue. Thank you, Hecate. That's perfect timing. On your next turn, you may research alumni.
Good.
It's the lion's turn. It's Claudia's turn. She goes, "Wait, it's a toy? Are you sure?"
It does. It hurts like it's not, but I swear.
Okay.
It's fabric.
Okay, great. Maybe I can. She pulls open many parts of her bags, and great, amazing. She pulls out this what looks like just a couple pieces of wood, and holds them up like they're you think for a minute she's gonna do a crucifix thing, you know? But then she grabs them like this and turns them, and she does them like this and yanks at one side, and the lion's head just goes. And she goes, "Oh, thank God." And she John Cleese marionette rods. I can't buy a lot of time with them because I'm not attuned to this specific toy, but it should hold him off for a minute. Come over here. She's just giving you time to get out of the way as she tries to just hold on to this thing.
Perfect.
All right, it is the lion's turn. We're going to see if it can break free. What? Does it have disadvantage right now? On just attacks, though, right?
Attacks against me.
I'm actually going to give it disadvantage because it is under the influence of an artifact. Phenomenal. She manages to hold on to this. This thing is trying to fight. You see her wrist twitching as she's grabbed with her other hand to stabilize herself and hold this marionette steady as it wants so badly to fight back. And she's just trying to puppet it. But it's got too many, there's only so many, there's no strings. It's just, you can see as you get closer, these little lines of effervescent light, essentially, that seem like they're connected from afar to this stuffed toy. But they look unstable at best. And you can tell she is correct. She does not have long. She can't hold on to this thing for long. She goes, "We better kill it fast or come up with another plan, because the downside of this is soon it will be able to marionette me, and if it does that, I may not be able to get out of it again. Every artifact has a downside." Oh, like, so she's holding on tight. All right.
I don't know if anyone else did, but you were cutting out for me during the what happens if it breaks free.
If it breaks free, it just breaks free, but the downside of it being attached too long to the artifact is it could start puppeting her.
Oh.
The downside is it can, she'll tell you at some point if you want to know. Actually, she does pull an Artie to keep herself calm. Too many marionettes who found that this gave their puppets an almost lifelike feel discovered that the puppets started taking over for them instead. Too many people got trapped inside their own marionettes, and the marionettes went about living their lives as though they were human, and I don't want to be stuck as a toy lion. Go figure. So,
That sounds terrifying. Okay.
yeah, amazing. You're welcome. Evie, you're up.
Okay, so I'm gonna holler at the doctor and say, what were you able to find out? Because obviously he's no longer at the fountain. And then as I'm doing that, I'm still shooting at vines to try to free people. It's gonna be a 19.
Success, absolutely.
Okay, so it's gonna be another freed child. And
Another free child! Yay! Just the way you said that made me so happy.
then the other action was to ask him what's going on.
Aaron is trying to pull himself free from the vines that grabbed him. Were we both grappled, or did we just both take damage? Oh, you're muted.
You're both grappled, so they can't run. They could have shot, but they can't actually run themselves. I should have clarified. I forgot. So yeah. Oh, it's not the mic. It's just Discord. Okay, got it. Thank you. Because I unplugged and replugged them. Apparently I never cut out for them. It's just the Discord. So, all right.
Aaron, I'm gonna try to free myself first. Trying to do that, explaining it's some sort of story. Somebody's telling the tale of Hansel and Gretel. Damn it! And then, is it any particular check to try to break free?
Give me I will grant you either a nature check, or a nature check to know if you can just avoid them in general from now on, if they have any weaknesses, or a strength saving throw to pull yourself free.
Nature check's more my strong suit.
All right.
Is a 16.
You know that this kind of plant it looks like a parasitic plant. It's much more aggressive than they would be in nature normally. But you think if you let yourself go limp, it'll just let go.
And yeah, he will stop and go, oh, and just collapse on it, like
play dead, play
just
dead, play dead,
full
play dead.
ragdoll it, and he will say that, everyone play dead.
It's the worst game, the worst park game ever.
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
If that doesn't become your catchphrase in this show when you're doing ridiculous things, I'm firing you. Bet. It works. It lets go and snakes off to find someone else who's moving. It is... You wanted to say hunting. You think it might be playing. You're not sure. It's not eating anyone, it's not hurting anyone. It's just grappling. But was that your turn? Both of you good?
Yep, all set.
In fact, it does. Not you two, because it's already grappled Evie, and you just had it let you go. They are going to start snaking around the candy trees, and the fountain, and the jelly benches. Just kind of expanding. For now, they're going to leave you guys alone. But that is the end of their turn. Gareth, you're up. Oh, yes, Evie, question.
Am I still grappled then, or did it actually...
You gotta make a set. That one, because you were fighting against it and trying to shoot and doing things last turn. It didn't recognize it as no longer a threat or no longer engaged.
Okay.
So you are still currently grappled. You can try to roll against that next turn.
So this thing is temporarily I'm able to get out from underneath it.
Sorry, I just saw your Andy's coming thing, and fuck you. What did you ask? I'm sorry.
So it's marionetted enough to where I can get out from underneath it easy.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So now knowing that it's a toy, do I see stitching
Yeah.
on it anywhere?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, you
cool. So I also have a small knife, a pocket knife.
Are you gonna
some-
seam ripper this thing?
Yes!
Yes!
Yes, I absolutely am.
Make your attack with advantage.
Okay.
As you pull
got
out your
it.
knife, she goes, "Don't cut the puppet strings." She makes
Okay.
it very clear, like, don't go near where you can see those tiny,
Yeah. So I would like to, if there is a seam around the neck, basically, I want to start going for that seam to basically cut its head off.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Let me see. I don't think
That's
that
with
this.
advantage.
Yes.
Just making sure.
I don't think that this requires any time. Nope, not that one. Once per turn, if you hit on an attack that you have advantage on, you can turn that attack into a critical hit. So, does a 19 hit?
Yes.
Okay, then it will be a critical.
Fuck yes.
So, let me. Oh God, this is the one. I didn't look at melee weapons. So, ba. Scrolling.
I was
as
only
fast
looking
as
at
I
guns.
can. Literally. I just want a knife. It's probably a D4 if I had to guess, because that's how daggers work in D&D. Are there heavy weapons? That's not one.
I'm gonna
Super
go
heavy
ahead and give
weapons,
you
not
because
it.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you just a D6. Roll it because you seem
D6.
stressed. Just give me a D6 of damage.
Okay. Well, it's less stressed and more like I don't
Well,
want to take
because
up
like
extra time.
a dagger, sure, but a short sword is a D6, and it's
Sure.
if you're wielding a military grade knife, my dude, you're not
That's
wielding a
fair.
dagger. You're wielding a Bowie knife. Like, come
That's
on,
fair.
like you're not.
Okay.
You're.
Oh, there
Thank
they
you,
are.
Andrew.
Yeah.
The pocket knife, though, just really dramatic.
It's a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
You pull it out like you think you're a samurai. And just tiny. Like.
Yeah. So that's gonna be 8 plus 4. That's going to be 14 points of damage to its specifically the thread around its head.
The stuffing starts to come out. This puffy white stuffing begins to come out, and the rest of its seams begin to sort of pop and strain a little bit as this lion begins to fall apart. It is still hanging on, but barely.
Then that's it, I guess. Because we need to deal with this thing before it breaks free. So I will stay there and wait, dagger in hand.
Good. Amazing. Jackie, you're up.
I am frantically searching for alumni of note, for alumni who write about shit, and anybody mention of the libraries and odd collections. Going. And it was investigation, right?
Yeah.
13. Is there anything I can do to boost that?
I will give you a clue either way because it was given to you by the audience. How much of that clue I give you is determined by how high you roll. Do you all have any luck left? You have 2 left. Yeah, you can use at least one, yeah.
I'll use
I mean,
one.
you can use both if you want. You can use both if you would like. I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to tell you as a DM what to do.
I'll use one.
You got it.
What does that give me? Does that add?
Add the D6 to your roll.
D6.
What you already rolled.
17.
That's enough. One name pings in your system. A Chris Van Allsburg, author of and illustrator of The Mysteries of Harris Burdick, The North Pole or the Polar Express, Zathura, and Jumanji. The original picture books. He gifted the original drafts of these books and many of his notes and pictures and sketches and portraits to his alma mater of the University of Michigan as part of an exhibit in the library. That is as far as you have. But that is your alumni of note that is connected to writing.
Mm-hmm.
Ann Arbor, Michigan, University of Michigan. Author and illustrator Chris Van Allsburg. Chris, if you ever end up watching this, because I know you're still alive, I'm sorry. You're amazing, and I love you, and I've been inspired by your book since I was a child, so this is fun for me. But I'm sorry that you became an artifact. Have a good life. I hope you're enjoying yourself.
No, that makes total sense.
You're welcome. I loved all of your faces, by the way, because some of you casually in chat said, "Did you Jumanji us an hour and a half ago?"
Yep. I was wondering about the other stuff, and I'm like, wait, like...
You're missing some pieces, but you're on the right track now. Thank you for that clue, Hecate. Sorry, I just had a lot of pronunciations there. Anyway, yeah, carry on.
Okay.
That's your turn.
So, how far away are they from, like, the door? And, like, how far away am I? Like, can I yell to them?
If you go outside, you can yell. Yeah, you can't get to them necessarily, but it's an open field. There's not a lot going on. You can yell. They'll be able to hear you.
Okay. I yell to Claudia going, I've got something hinky. Might want to look at this.
Sounds artifacty to me. We're kind of busy at the moment. I
got the information. No, what do I do with it?
Print it out. Write it down. Get us a ticket to wherever it is.
Got it. Okay, 3 tickets.
Book us a fast flight.
Okay.
Yeah, because Claudia is busy.
Should I? Okay, I have the ability of. I can ask if I should do something or if something's stupid.
Oh, that's my favorite. Starting at level 4, you can ask out of character the GM, is this stupid? It was my favorite ability, and then Cody made the mistake of letting us use Ultramodern in a high fantasy game once, and I took it so fast. I think yeah. Yvonne had that ability. I loved it. Anyway.
That's one of the things maybe go, that's mine.
It's good.
Should we go to the, or can't ask that. Should I research, I was going to say, should we go there or maybe because they might not be there, or should I try to do more research on who may have taken them?
You know that, and it's a thing you'll learn as an agent, but it is a thing that you know now. If more traces have not come up in the web, you're just going to get lost out going down a rabbit hole. The best option once you find out where something is to go there. Even if it has moved, you're going to have a better time talking to real people who knew about it and seeing the location.
Okay.
Than you are just living online. So that's going to, so yeah, that's going to be you did a lot of research to get it there. You did good work to get it there. Now we got to go there.
Okay. I am getting us tickets then and arranging. Do we have a car?
You're going to want a plane.
Well, I mean,
we do have a car. Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to get us an Uber? That's what I'm wondering.
No. No, I never addressed the vehicles that dropped you both off there. One of them is Claudia's. Okay. The only car that's left there is Claudia's. You were both dropped off, and then they drove away. Claudia still has a vehicle there. But no one's in it to, help right now. She can drive us to the airport, though.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So, you good? End of turn? Yes? All right, Claudia is going to just roll to hold on. Natural fucking 20. Handmade dice, kids. It's rolled every 4s and 15s and not 20. They're balanced and I'm happy. Don't drive the driver out where there's a rabid lion toy attacking us. Fucking hell, Matthew. You're not
It's
wrong,
true.
but I know. So it is going to be amazing. So she is able to hold on to it for another round. The lion itself is going to try to break free. One more time. It'd have to roll so much better because yes, it'd have to roll so much better than that because she rolled a nat 20, so it's just not going anywhere. The Lion Ohio group is done. Back to Wisconsin. What's up, Evie and Aaron?
I'm gonna holler at everybody and say, "You heard the doctor," and then just play dead.
Success. It lets go and goes to find other things it can grip and grab and just, not you though. It's not fun anymore. It's not fun anymore to it. You want to get up?
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and try to get out of the range of the vine.
Nice. All right. Yeah, make it just fine. You use your movement, you make it just fine. Roll me a perception check.
Okay, so I have a proficiency in perception. So
Yes,
do I do
perfect.
roll plus the +2 proficiency?
Yes, you're gonna add your proficiency bonus to the roll,
As well
Okay.
as your wisdom
as
modifier.
well as your wisdom. Yes.
Okay. I am going to use one of my D20 swap for the day because I rolled a 5. So I'm going to switch it out. I rolled a 16 at the beginning of the day. So that's my first use of that. And that would mean I have 19.
Nice. With the 19 perception, you notice that most everyone else is discovering that this trick works now and is rapidly able to deduce, okay, play dead, it'll go away. If it catches me again, play dead. And they are starting to extricate themselves. They're avoiding the gummy benches that turned gummy while they were sitting on them, and that's why they got stuck. They're unsticking themselves. They are helping each other out. Sooner rather than later, everyone is going to be clear, however. You do notice that you are, slowly, the sugar and candy and sap is spreading. This thing that started here is growing, or that started affecting here is continuing to grow. And if you can't figure out a way to stop it, you have no idea how far it's going to go. You think now that you know what you're looking for, though, you could either take an aerial view and find more places that have been affected, or try to connect to the strange woman on the other line and see what the fuck you're supposed to do now.
So did we take a car to the park, or was the park within walking distance of where
Park was
we...
within walking distance. They got you the location of an airfield where you were able to park, or to land the plane safely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
in getting out of the range of the vines, I'm headed back towards the plane, and
Great.
hopefully the follow suit.
Awesome.
Um,
Yeah.
Aaron is like slowly sits up and is very carefully walking around, and he's taking clippings like from everything he's gone over, and like with a little sample cup, like cut some gummy bench into it. And is like checking that all away. And he's just making sure there's nobody that's like stuck with the
No.
vines, like panicking, like still kind of like.
You all got
Okay.
there in time, and you rolled really well on your opening rolls, so no one has been consumed.
Okay.
No one has been eaten by the molasses. No one has been like, yeah.
Pretty
so
much just making sure there's not like that one person that's been having a panic attack and can't like calm
just
down enough.
is not moving, has become one with the candy. Yeah,
Yeah.
me got it.
And he'll do that for like a minute or two, like gathering up little samples and just walking very slowly so the vines don't grab onto him until he realizes that Evie is like
Go.
a football field away from them.
Booking it.
And grabs it, like stops where he dropped all of his stuff and like picks it up,
Mhm.
makes sure nothing was turned into sugar, and just starts sprinting to catch up.
If the park does anything, you don't know about it because you have left it behind. Gareth, you're up.
Okay. Time to keep ripping the stuffing out of this lion. Um, do I still have advantage
Yes.
or no? Okay,
Yeah, it is still deeply held.
you got it.
But her arm is shaking. You can tell
Okay,
something. It is hard for her to do this.
got it.
If you do not down this thing, she may drop the marionette
Okay.
thing.
So that's a natural 18.
Yeah, it hits.
On that, so I'm gonna. It is a crit. And I will use my. Oh, man. I think he's internally freaking out a tiny bit. Because it's never taken him
Just
this
a
long.
little bit.
It's also A, he does not fight animals, and B, it's never taken him this long. So he is gonna go ahead and use his last hit die to double the damage dice on this crit. Okay, not bad. 18, 24 points of damage.
He only had 7 left, my dude. How do you want to do this?
Um,
It's showtime. It's showtime. Sorry. I'm not used to being the DM.
Dun,
We were
dun,
talking about Critical Role
dun.
during break. It's showtime. There it is. That's the
He-
reps one.
He honestly, he's gonna it is a seam ripper. He's not like stabbing in and being all violent and everything against this toy. He grew up with enough sewing in the house that he knows how to seam rip something. So he's just trying to his knife is in there and he's just almost as surgically as possible trying to rip all of the seams off of this thing's head.
The head falls to the ground with a. And for now, the drumming subsides as this toy sort of collapses. Claudia, oh, thank you. Oh, that sucked.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you, God.
So, like I said, can't protect you from the things you see on the job here. Still glad you picked in instead of out.
What the fuck was that?
I wish I could tell you,
Oh, what?
but I don't
Why
know.
did it hurt so bad?
Artifacts, man, they do things they're not supposed to. Oh, she said she had stuff. Hey! King! What you got?
Second, printing. Okay, coming. Okay, let's go.
Go where? Okay, go. You know what? She heard "let's go." She just goes.
I just grab them to the car.
Yeah.
Like, I've got plane tickets. Let's get to the airport. Explain on the way, and I tell them.
Do you tell? Yeah.
Yeah.
You tell them in the
I was
car.
like, okay, this may sound really crazy.
Let me
but
stop you right there. Nothing sounds crazy in the warehouse. All right. You're gonna get used to some weird stuff. So never come to me and say this must be crazy.
Okay, well, the only thing that came up was a bunch of stolen manuscripts that belong to author's name who I have already forgotten. I'm sorry.
Chris Van Allsburg.
Yes, who wrote Jumanji
And Zafira and the Polar Express
and the snow and this that
Yeah.
did that. This is the only thing. Like, it doesn't make sense, but it's the only thing that makes sense. So
No.
let's go check it out.
Oh no, it makes sense. One time, Shakespeare's first folio reappeared, and people kept dying the way they did in his plays. That was a whole adventure. It's not the first time a book has messed with us. It won't be the last. Just be glad it's not Poe again. Anyway, at least this one's a children's author.
Well, you just almost got killed by a stuffed animal, apparently.
You know what? That's fair.
Speaking of which, as we started walking away, he's gonna turn around. Are there buttons for eyes?
Yes,
or are they
they're
like
buttons? No, they're
okay,
buttons.
He, as weird as it is, cuts one of them off
Do it,
and
do it.
pockets
Take
the
them.
button.
You
as a
and the
weird
doctor
trophy.
are going to be really good friends. You and Aaron are going to be great friends. Collecting shit from the sites.
Is it a psychotic trophy or is he just taking it because it's a button? You'll never know and he will never tell.
I decided they were button eyes when he kept missing the bite attacks. Specifically. I was like, what if his eyes were buttons?
That's cute.
Because he can't see. Like, so he keeps missing. He doesn't have depth
Makes
perception.
perfect sense.
Yeah, it was an on-the-fly decision. Yeah.
So then back in the car, wait, so were those drums earlier? Oh. Okay.
We're hearing
okay.
drums. Definitely Jumanji.
Oh
Shit.
God, what the fuck? Okay. So where are we going?
I guess we're lucky we got the lion and not like the deadly mosquitoes or something.
Give it time. We don't know what's happening. Oh shit, we don't know what's happening. The other. She grabs this. She pushes a button on the panel of her dashboard, and a like radio pops out, and she picks it up and she goes. Hold. I'm assuming Gareth is in the front seat and
Yes.
Jackie and all her tech is on the back, and she, without waiting for him to answer, hold the wheel, and she just like, yeah, she tries to call again. I imagine she's been calling longer than you have. Like, you were still in the park when she started trying to make contact again. And she's just been, Evie, Agent Marins, Dr. Chase, fuck. Okay, and she's driving one hand, but she still has the radio out for whenever you two get to the plane. As she has been trying to explain to them, as she's trying to explain to Gareth and Jackie, how sometimes things that have great sentimental, emotional, or intrinsic value become imbued with something a layperson would call magic. In reality, it's just a type of science that is very hard to explain. She takes them through these stories of other books that have wreaked havoc on the world, and other things. But as she's driving, she starts talking. She says, here's the thing, though. I mean, this grand of scale, even Jumanji, there's gotta be something pretty powerful using this. The last time I saw any artifact affect this many places this far apart at once, our other team is in Wisconsin, and you saw the news. I mean, it's all over the place.
It was in Texas.
The last time something this big, it was Pandora's actual box. And that almost brought about the end of the world. Who is playing this game or reading this book? The hell is happening out there? It is around here that Evie gets back to the plane.
As soon as I get to the plane, I put on the headset and I just pray. I'm literally like, hello?
Oh, thank God. Agent Marins, are you both okay?
Yeah, gummy park benches and gingerbread and pudding floor and Hansel and Gretel. What's going
What?
on?
Hansel and Gretel, Hansel and Gretel, Hansel and Gretel. Okay, okay. So it's not just one story. It's not just Jumanji. Something is...
Jumanji? What are you talking about?
Well, we've got
There's
Polar
an-
Express from the back of the car.
Oh, God, I hope not. But we've all been terrible, and I've dealt with Santa before, and I don't want to do it again. How fast can you get to Ann Arbor, University of Michigan?
Pretty quickly. When,
All right,
when,
can you meet it? You what?
when will you be there?
Not as quickly as you. I guarantee it. You have a jet. We have a normal plane that we're gonna have to fly. Or ride in, actually. But,
Do you need to get you first?
I don't think your plane can fit that many of us. Not what I commissioned you for.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, there are other ways, but... And she looks at both of them who've just been... specifically Gareth, who's been traumatized, and goes, not today. It'll be fine. Okay. Just, do me a favor. Scout the area, and make sure there's nothing real big and angry waiting for us before we all land. I would like to be prepared. I'll call you as soon as we're... well, I'll call you from the air if I have to.
Is there anything I should know and should be looking out for?
In Jumanji, and she's thinking out loud, like she's talking through. All of you can make intelligence rolls, by the way. As she's talking. Well, in Jumanji, somebody starts a game. And the game doesn't end until they say Jumanji. We don't appear to be playing the game, we appear to be accidentally impacted by it. So we have to find whoever has this and make them end the game. Or the book. Or whatever they have. So, unfortunately, since it also looks like you all ran against Hansel and Gretel, anything from classic literature is probably up for grabs. And then she stopped. What were your checks? What were your numbers?
30-20.
Oh, nice.
17.
15.
9.
Oh God, with the dirty 20. It was Evie who had the dirty 20, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I thought. With the dirty 20. You know you guys just ran into something weird. You also know that those vines were not from Hansel and Gretel. They were from another story. They were from, you don't know what story they were from, but they were from something. You have a feeling that whoever you're looking for really loves books. This is not a casual someone who just accidentally picked up something to read. This is someone who's tearing through multiple stories at a time. This is someone who is reading like their life depends on it. This is somebody who is just tearing through stories. And like they're not doing anything else. That's a lot of books. And you remember the other news stories. None of them had anything to do with Hansel or Gretel, or necessarily Jumanji. As a matter of fact, the closest thing to Jumanji you've seen is the lions, and you have heard reports of mosquitoes somewhere. And no, the vines were kind of close, but not quite, because they weren't vicious. They were just kind of playful. You know you're looking for someone who has a love of English literature, specifically.
So we should start the library then.
University library, if you can. That's where a bunch of manuscripts went missing. Scout
We'll
the
be-
area, talk to who you can. We'll be there soon. And be careful.
Always am.
Alright. Click.
Can I, overhearing what they're saying beyond my tablet, looking up stuff to, like, see if there's any other manuscripts that have been stolen in the last few months.
Mm-hmm.
First editions, anything weird like that. Collector, like major collector's edition, not just like the Barnes and Noble collector's edition, but like as like Grimm's fairy tales.
Nothing specific that is famous or a big deal. The one big ticket item that seems to be setting off radars is these original manuscripts. But other things that have been, you start looking up late fees at libraries, and there's just like a lot of like children's books checked out, a lot of like old classic literature, no horror, no, most things with a happy ending of some kind, or like childhood nostalgia books. You know, at one point there's no tragedies on the list. There's even like fluffy romances every now and then that are just late. Roll me an intelligence check. Or what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, are we having a sort of Inkheart sort of situation go on here? Having been a well-read child herself.
Maybe.
For people who haven't read Inkheart, there's a character who, if he reads any book out loud, characters from the book appear in real life. So
As soon as you said that, I was like,
I rolled a 2.
That's all you got. all you got is someone in this town is about the same thing. Someone in this town is consuming literature, or lots of people. You don't know. There's just books overdue. There's just missing books. There's just all these things. All right.
would that database not have their names on the overdue books?
Does she think to check?
I would have checked if it was all from the same person. If it's this is all from the same library, all the overdues.
Different libraries, all over the place. One name though. You get one name that pops up. A Kenneth Jones.
Jones. Okay.
Jones.
Joan.
Jones. Yeah.
Okay. Look up latest address. Wait. If it's all over the place, is he traveling?
In the area. There's university libraries, there's Barnes and Nobles, there's a public library, there's multiple locations that have books available.
Okay. All right, looking up this Kenneth Jones from the back seat. Tap 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 tap. And I say to Claudia, like, Kenneth Jones apparently has taken out a lot of things that have a lot to do with what's happening.
Can you figure out who he is?
I'm looking at it. Her looking on it.
Roll an investigation check.
19.
Kenneth Jones, English professor at University of Michigan. That's all you got.
That's all I got right now. But that's
Listen, at least you know. Like,
Yeah.
All right,
we have a name.
you have a name.
Probably have
That's
a face because he's got a picture up. Probably.
Yeah, exactly. You know what he looks like. You know
Yep.
what he looks like. Not much else you can get done during the drive to the airport and the flight. Claudia has, if you did not automatically assign them first class, Claudia is going to adjust that. Because if she's going to be stuck on a plane, damn it, she's going... You noticed in her car, even, it looked very small. It's bigger on the inside. Like, it's not really, but it is economically designed and redesigned by her to the point of immense comfort while you're out questing. She's not going to let anybody sit there and just be miserable. And she's busy the whole time. She's immediately on Wi-Fi on the plane, in case, and she has texted Evie and Aaron from this number. This is Agent Donovan. Let me know what you find. We'll be landing 48 minutes. Like, it's not a long flight from there. The states are close. Like, it's not that bad. It's one state over, honestly. Like,
In the car, if the claws like actually tore through anything, Gareth is gonna like he will because he has his backpack or whatever that he grabbed while they were on their way. So he's gonna like take off because he had a semi-casual button up.
yes,
He's gonna take that off and use he's gonna basically dress his wounds and then put on a new shirt over top of it. But he doesn't have anything to do field dressing with. So instead he will take out the knife that he had and cut up the shirt that has been torn through to be able to do those field dressing. Because that's all he's got at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But he does that in the car while they're doing their stuff because he knows that is not his area of expertise, to be able to help them out with that.
Amazing. When they got on the plane, she is going to, she's also texted, look up Professor Kenneth Jones. And she, when they're on the plane, it is 1 and 2 and 1 across. She lets you two sit together and she sits across the aisle from you two. And she is,
I call window seat.
great. They're in the back row of the first class, so everyone in front of them in first class is not looking at them, but behind them is that curtain. So when no one's around, she pulls out these 2 little guns. Not like the big one the lion was being attacked with, but these little weird... She passes them over. She says, do not try to shoot these in here. Standard issue for all warehouse agents. I'll make sure to get the others one if they survive this. If they don't run into any cotton candy clouds. This is called a Tesla, invented by, obviously, the man in the same name. Good shot will shock the system. It'll electrocute somebody rather than actually killing them. Does cause some short-term memory loss. You're not going to want to do it at close quarters. You ramp it all the way up, it will kill somebody. And she points out the levels on it. We try not to kill people here. As much as possible. Gets harder and harder, but we try. So, first line of defense is always going to be that. No matter who you are, she says, looking specifically at Jackie, who usually doesn't seem equipped for combat. Said, no matter who you are, you will always have your Tesla on you. And you're going to need these. Yeah, do not mess. I know your instinct is to upgrade it. Trust me, it's already perfect. she says with a little bit of like sensitivity of like she has spent years perfecting this model of the Tesla. I swear to God, if this new tech touches them, like she is like, God damn it, like, and,
she only says that because she knows she sees
Yeah.
herself.
yeah, exactly. She's like, give this woman 2 more years and boredom at work, and she would have found the warehouse anyway. She anyway, that's a later problem. She also takes out these 2 folding. They look like wallets. In the past versions of the show, they may have looked like thicker, like tins, but now they look like wallets. You flip open, and these are your Farnsworths. They will constantly have service. Yes, Farnsworth, Farnsworth was the inventor of the television. There's this whole thing about it, and I could go into it, but that's again a later problem, and we don't have that long on this flight. But they're gonna get you in touch at any time, any place, and they don't usually set off radars, and they're untraceable, which is why we use them, and I tend to not use the phones.
That
Gets
was
a lot safer. Gets a lot safer than the phone. Easier to access me, easier to access each other, and cannot be hacked into. Not even by us. Trust me, I've tried. These took a lot of upgrading, and they rejected it a lot of times. It does not like to change. But keep them with you at all times. Again, I will get them to Evie and Aaron. Questions?
Gareth just looks incredulous about all of this. That at some point he almost looks like he's convinced that somebody is going to come out with cameras and he's going to be on Punked. And so he's just going to like okay. And just kind of put them in a bag or something that's at his feet. They're not going in his pockets because he doesn't know how useful they will be yet.
To take the Farnsworth and the Tesla and be like, I'm going to go to the bathroom so she can examine them without Claudia telling her no.
She knowing exactly what you're doing, she just rolls her eyes. She's, oh my God. But as soon as she waits till she leaves, and Claudia's gonna gesture for Gareth to scoot in so she doesn't have to crawl over him to the window. She's gonna come and sit on his side. I did my research on all 4 of you before I came out here. I did my research when the warehouse picked you. I know some of the work you do. But more importantly, I know you have someone. This job is often very solitary, Agent Sullivan. And every warehouse agent gets one person. They can tell the truth about this job. Just one. For everyone else, this is higher than top secret. This is bigger than classified. It's dangerous for people to know about the warehouse. Being aware of the warehouse makes it act up, almost. But you get one.
You keep mentioning this warehouse. What a warehouse? Like you have government agencies, you have intelligence agencies, but a warehouse?
You know that scene in Indiana Jones? Where they lock the Ark of the Covenant away. That's real. That's a real thing that happened. We have it. That's a real place. Not that version, not the movie version. But things like whatever's causing this. Artifacts like this.
Can I do... Matthew, the player,
Yeah.
knows that this is stupid
Also,
and useless.
Fuck you, Sway. I hate that, but I love it. It's
But
like Bed
can
Bath
I-
& Beyond, but more like Armageddon Apocalypse and all.
Correct. Can I do an insight check on Claudia to see if
Yes.
she's lying to me
Yes,
and making
100%
shit
you can.
up?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
This is the perfect example of it's what my character would do. He's not using it to be an asshole. He is genuinely using it to be a cynic, and I
Yeah.
love him for that. Take
That's
note.
a natural 19 for a 25.
Oh yeah, he's good. No, she is being almost too genuine with you. She is telling you the truth for a reason, and you suspect it is because you are not unattached.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, so is this like a long-term assignment that comes with relocation? Is it just you go out on missions? Because I mean, like, you different places send you out on missions that take you somewhere for a month at a time, and then you're back home for a month while you wait.
Let me give you the spiel. This is you move to South Dakota. You live in South Dakota where our warehouse is because it's off the radar and
Ew.
nobody thinks to go there. Oh, no,
South
I know.
Dakota?
Tiny, tiny little nowhere South Dakota. You live there. You go out on assignments from the warehouse to find artifacts like this before they get worse. You learn on the fly what they do, how bad they are. You recover ones that have been stolen in the past, or lost, or misplaced, or sold, or simply were buried with a previous version of the warehouse and never resurfaced until now. This is every treasure hunt and adventure story you ever imagined, except far stranger and sometimes far worse. And as for the length of your assignment, I'd like to say that's up to you, but it's really up to the warehouse.
Does it
Agents,
have like a time sheet it keeps for how long it expects you to stay there? What? It's a building, right?
it's a building, but it's more. It's it's like it knows and has feelings, and when I say that it picked you all, I mean it picked you all. It sent me your information. You appeared on the computer. For some reason, something about you, all of you, all four of you, whether I want to admit it or not, because believe me, I did not want help in this job. Apparently, I've been doing it alone for far too long. The
Ah.
warehouse has decided I need help. Given things like today and the fact that I can only be in one place at a time, it was probably right. I only admit that because we're not there.
Hmm.
But the warehouse, for most people, becomes all consuming. Some people get out and retire, live normal lives outside of it. Most of the time, the one is used to ground you. It's important to have it be someone outside of the warehouse to remind you that there's other people out there, or to remind you of the people you're trying to save every day. But most agents I know and have known didn't get to die of old age. Most. Some got lucky. Some died more than once.
Okay, that's fucked up. All right. Okay. Well, I will give you my final offer. This is done, I guess.
Good. Just know, when I said earlier that you're either in or you're out, I was serious. If you choose to go out again, after the things you will have seen, I do not know what tiny little insignificant. Essentially, there is a witness relocation program. You could go and live a normal life as a barista somewhere, fighting about foam, or you could stay and keep saving lives. Choice will ultimately be yours, but that's the deal. That's the assignment.
Okay.
She gets up. She goes back to her seat.
Do I have a I'm gonna text my direct boss. Um um who sent me on my assignment today?
Your direct boss.
Yep.
Is who you think sent you. Remember, you got a text. It was Claudia.
Yeah. That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah. You
Did it
actually
come
never.
from my? Oh, it came from an unknown number
It
too.
came from an
Okay.
unknown number, but you're used to that. You
Uh
didn't
huh.
check. You
Uh
didn't
huh.
confirm with anyone. You just left.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Got it. Then I won't do that then.
I put a pin in that for 2.5 hours.
I'll just take a nap.
For like 30 more minutes because
Yeah.
it's a short flight.
Yeah. I wanna take a nap.
All right. Amazing. Anyone else up to anything?
Before Evie and Chase got onto the plane, he would have patched up your leg because you got hurt. For 6 points of healing.
Hey, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, 1d6 plus 2. And let me have a look at that leg before we go. You in the military, I'm sure you're used to people telling you, "Thank you for your service. You're a hero," and all that. But what you did back at the park, immediately rushing, regardless of the danger, to rescue the children specifically. Thank you for that. That's people like you make my job so much easier because we both are trying to protect people, but I can't focus on what I need to be able to focus on if I'm constantly worrying. And I was able to. I know we haven't known each other long, but the fact that you were on it as quickly as you were let me not worry about it, if that makes sense.
That's why they send me on these missions.
Pulls the bandage tight.
But you are the whole reason we got out of that. So thank you.
And I brought gummies, and he holds up one of the sample vials. Probably shouldn't eat them on the flight. Probably not. Well, no. Puts it back in his pocket. It was. He points at the radio. Ann Arbor?
Ann Arbor. It normally would take about 10, 15 minutes. But we're trying to avoid some weird weather. I heard something about cotton candy clouds.
Yeah, I don't imagine that much sugar in an engine would do anyone any good.
Yeah, so in the attempt to avoid it, it'll probably be more like 25. Still pretty fast. So hope you have more snacks.
That should be fine. And he pulls an apple out of his pocket, polishes it on his shirt, and takes a bite.
I know he's not eating candy now.
Yeah, he's a stinker.
Wait, aren't all doctors allergic to apples? An
That's
apple
what
a
I've been
day
told
and all
my whole
that?
life.
I never said I was a medical doctor.
Yeah, what are you a doctor of?
Bioengineering, primarily, just general biosciences. I've done rotations in a few different fields. When you have brilliant parents, they try to cram as much of that knowledge into you as they possibly can.
I get that. Instead of brilliance, though, mine's just military, you know.
We all have a place.
Very true. Y'all
Looking
strapped
forward to
in?
working with you. Yeah. And he nods and jumps in. Jumps in a little less awkwardly. But
you'll get the hang of this. I figure we'll probably be doing this a lot more.
The last time I flew, it was on a propeller. It was when I learned.
You want to explain that?
Oh, yeah. Dr. Chase is proficient with aircraft.
Was he faking being uncomfortable?
Not 100%. He's never been in a jet.
Yeah, go Mach 3.3 or whatever.
Yeah, there's a difference between being able to fly a biplane and being able to sit in a military fighter jet.
No, there's not. I refuse to believe that. They're the same thing.
That's if they're going the same speed, yeah. But, and yeah, good to settle in for the ride.
All right. Well, like I said, it'll be about 20-25 minutes, and then we're gonna head straight to the library at the university to try to find out what's going on.
Yeah, you have to check in on what was the name? Kenneth Jones.
I'm gonna fast forward to. Oh, sorry. If you have more to say, please say it.
Oh, I was just scratching my neck. No, you're good.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna fast forward to our Ohio team is still in the air before Evie and Aaron get there. Gonna fast forward to you two already at the library. Who would you like to talk to? What would you like to do?
I think the best place to start is with the librarian.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And he'll lead the way into. I imagine he's very familiar with university libraries.
If there were a favored terrain home court advantage in this, that would, I feel like, yes, correct.
Whereas on the flip side, I've got obviously all my charismatic and proficiency, so I can do a lot of the talking.
Amazing. Go forth. You've looked for the librarian.
Yeah.
There are several. It's a large library. But the one you find most easily is a little old woman at the help desk, a little tag Edith on it, and she. Oh, can I help you? That was Irish. That was not Midwestern. So she's Irish now.
Irish is also the Midwest of
yes,
Europe.
She is also European. She is also an immigrant now, and so we're going to just commit to it, and it's going to be fine. Hello, my dear. Can I help you find anything?
Just over his shoulder to Evie. Oh, this just got a lot more difficult. Yes, I'm sorry. That's I'm guest speaking at a conference here in town over the weekend, and I realize I forgot something. Do you have a copy of A Life of Science by Aaron Chase?
You know, I believe I do. I can probably find it for you. And she starts to look it up. Not a problem. And what did you say your name was?
Dr. Chase.
Oh, Dr.
And he's going flipping through his own notes. I suppose if it's possible, if I could also pick up while you're looking for that. Do you mind if I peruse your classic literature section?
Oh, please go right on ahead. Just here to help. Shout if you need help finding anything.
Okay. And he's going to go through, and he's going to try. I know there's usually like little checkout sheets in case of the computer's not working, or if it's an old system. He's gonna try to, like, when he puts the papers and stuff that he has on him in front, like down, when he picks it up, he's going to try to lift that off the desk.
Yeah, she's busy. She's good. She'll let you. I mean, she won't notice.
Yep, and he's gonna pick it up and wander off into the stacks.
All right.
And then once he's out of sight, kind of start going through and looking for the name Kenneth Jones.
Evie, what are you up to?
As soon as he says he thinks it's going to be a little bit more difficult, I'm going to break off and just go to the nearest student. What was the name of the professor again?
Kenneth Jones.
Okay, I'm going to approach the nearest student and just pull out a random paper out of my pocket
Mhm.
and just be like, I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm a new student here, and I'm looking for the classroom and I'm looking at my paper like I'm like looking for his name.
Yeah, like you're looking for your schedule.
hmm
Yeah.
Uh, Dr. Jones, Kenneth Jones,
And this
here.
kid, all of the kids look at each other and look back at you, and this one boy and this just like kind of open like wearing this open like plaid and the tank top under it, and just like he's got this stack of books but he's reading a magazine. He's just like bored and there. Just looks and he's, my dog, you got the wrong schedule. They should have taken, didn't they take all of his classes off? And they're like, yeah, he's, I mean, it's technically still his room, but the substitute should be listed, right? Like, it's not his class for right now. Like, I mean, you can find his classrooms, is the, like, girl at the table. She's like, you can find his, like, his old office and classroom, but he's had a TA filling in for him for months.
Oh
I
God.
mean, I mean, especially if you're here just for the summer semester, like, he shouldn't even be listed on your transcript on your sheet.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I was really looking forward to speaking with him. Do you know
And if
how? Why has he been gone?
all of them kind of look at each other, um, and we're not supposed to talk about it. It's rude to gossip. It's not gossip. It's just what's happening. And the first kid who is just has as little shame, the nah dog guy, he just he's been on leave. He's been on leave for months since his wife got sick. He hasn't been coming in. He hasn't been doing classes. He's using all of his retirement hours and vacation hours and everything. He's just, I mean, he was the best teacher we had here, but like, dude needed a break, had some family time, you know?
God, that's awful. Do you do you have any way to contact him? I'm so sorry. I'm putting together my thesis, and it was really imperative that I talk to him.
I mean, I guess if it's something you can't get from his TA, I mean, there's a directory of all the professors and their emails and their everything, but he's not going to answer. Like, I think he disconnected his phone. He's not answering emails. He's not answering phones. He's just dealing with all that. So,
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Maybe I can reach out to the TA and maybe they can help me out. I thank you. Thank you so much.
yeah. Yeah, no problem.
And
It's
I
just like, go back to their stuff.
catch Dr. Chase and fantasy sessions, like just casually like make my way over there like I'm looking for like a specific book.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm just going through like the list, seeing what the last time that Professor Jones was maybe took something out and what it like if his name is there multiple times, what he's reading.
Mm-hmm. It is there. It is there multiple times. Many things were checked out, and I mean, many things. You realize the theft of the. Oh, you don't have that part of the information yet. I apologize. But many things, and again, a little bit of what you all already guessed. It is youth and classic literature. It is nostalgia. It is chicken soup for the soul. It is children's books. It is fairy tales. It is all kinds of. It's Anne of Green Gables. It's it's all of this. Nothing horror, nothing Poe, nothing with a dark, depressing end. There may be sadness during, but they all have a kind of happy ending. And that's it. No mysteries, no tragedies.
I'm gonna be. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, are there any that are listed as like having not been returned a little bit older? Like,
None of them have been returned.
okay.
Not a one.
Excuse. Sorry, what were you about to say?
I'm gonna be in the same aisle as you, just like looking, literally like I'm actually looking for one specific book, and like pulling them out and putting them back in. And as I'm doing that, I'm gonna just quietly tell you what I just learned from the kids.
Hmm. Interesting. I wonder if there has to be a faculty directory. Probably not here.
Yeah, the
But
kids said, but they said he's not answering anything. He's shut everything off.
well, if we're able to get into the records room, they would have his physical address. Likely. I don't suppose any of your military training involves a little B&E.
More getting into situations by talking through it, but I can manage
Okay,
that.
that's much better my strength as well. I think the library itself might be a dead end. I don't think we're going to learn anything new here, other than he holds up the paper. He's luckily not going to be starting any Bram Stoker or Lovecraft, which I think we can all be thankful for. And he'll walk back up to the counter and like set his notes down on with the thing. Be like, I just got a text from my assistant. I actually do have a copy of the book. I had just misplaced it. Thank you very much. You have a beautiful library.
Thank you so much, darling. We do our best to keep it tidy. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to ask. I am always happy to help.
Thank you very much for your assistance. And he'll kind of make his way. I think he's still keeping a little bit separate because he and Evie have been playing a distance here. And start
Yeah.
making his way towards the admissions office.
Yeah, I want to keep separate until we're out of the library area, and then we can pair back up once we're out of view of everybody that we saw.
So, what's the play? I've never had to break into a college before. Usually, it's
Think of it less
I've
as
paid a significant amount of money to be there.
Think of it less as a break-in and more of a like talking them into giving you what you want.
Okay.
Unless
Do
you'd
we have
rather.
a backup plan in case it goes wrong?
Yeah, you want me to try to get my way, and then ready with a lockpick or something, maybe figure out what we're doing.
Not so much in the lockpick. But I have some tricks, and he kind of absent-mindedly puts his hand like underneath his jacket again and straightens it out.
What? Like I'm fascinated. Do the tricks.
No.
I can trust you, right?
Yes, of course. It's a Hippocratic oath and everything.
Can I roll?
Yes, of course you can. He just said he wasn't that kind of doctor, and then he's invoking the Hippocratic oath.
Exactly.
The man has a pocket full of gummy bench, all right? I'm not quite sure that we should...
And debated on eating it.
Yeah.
You've had me roll sciences. You didn't ask if it was mad science.
God damn
Listen,
it.
he might be high in intelligence, low in wisdom. You
Listen,
never know.
That's very, 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 very
It's
true.
probably
Second
inaccurate.
highest stat.
Yeah, I was like, it's probably wildly inaccurate, but you know.
But it constantly in combat with his own curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
So for insight, is that just intelligence?
It's wisdom.
Yeah, wisdom.
And if you were proficient in it, you would add proficient as well.
Of course, that was the one thing that I was like, I'll be okay. I don't need insight. I could pick from like 4 abilities, and I picked survival instead. So dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yeah. Sorry. I'll give you. There's a little bit of eagerness, like maybe for things to go a little wrong. He's excited to be out of a lab, and being a field operative. When he goes to reach for like into his jacket, like absentmindedly when he did that kind of like brushing in his jacket, the inside is lined with vials and syringes, and you see the handle of what looks like a gun, but it's like white, and made out of like plastic. It's not like a handgun.
I gave him that. I willingly gave him that. I let
gave
him
it
have
to
that,
me.
and I
Yeah.
forgot until this moment that it can go very wrong eventually because I let you take samples. Fucking hell.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess we're headed to the admissions, trying to get the address for the doctor, for the professor.
I suppose I can just ask. If I go in and just be like, "Hey, I am Dr. Aaron Chase. I'm working on a dissertation, and I was hoping to have such and such read." I think we should go with that first before we try. Maybe they'll just give it to us.
Okay, I like that plan.
Again, I have this weird home field advantage currently that I'm just not used to.
Well, if we stick together, something I'm good at, so I'll help you out.
Excellent.
With you both being on the same page, oh my god, yes. And with you both being on the same page of the let's talk to someone, we're both charming and whatever, and you both have those kinds of skill sets, whichever one of you does the speaking and will get advantage on this roll because the other one is there doing the stuff.
I'll definitely let you do the speaking on this one since you actually have.
It's the class and charm advantage. Like
yeah. It's all in the clothes. Is the ability my character has that gives him a bunch of bonuses to charisma checks.
Amazing.
Yeah, we'll walk in to the office, and I'm just gonna whoever is available to like help people.
Can we pick like the cutest, mousiest little person in the room?
front desk secretary. Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
She is there. There's a couple of desks in that open room, and then there's like offices off for all the administrators and everything like that. And there's a girl with a little short brown hair, glasses, bangs, and she is deep in her own book. She is this is someone who's not there on work study. This is someone who is I like working at a university because I get to just read and take classes for free. Like, this is fun for me. She is a career intellectual. What would you like to say?
Go in. He'll walk up and wait politely for a minute to see if she notices from her book.
Not at all. Not at all. Nope, not.
And I'm going to stay just like 2-3 paces behind you. Like, I could be a stranger, or I could be like your assistant or whatever.
We'll see how the scene plays out, and I'll decide what I am to you. Great.
Exactly.
I like it.
Excuse me. I don't want to interrupt what you're reading.
She squeaked immediately. Sorry. I'm so sorry. And she's like, she goes to close it, and her pencil falls out and hits the book, and she's just panicking. I'm so sorry.
Miss, please. And he'll reach and like catch the pencil
Oh God,
Yeah.
she just had an anime girl awakening moment. She just
He
immediate blush as this man.
tucks the
It was
long brown hair behind his ear and pushes his glasses up while handing her the pencil
hers
back.
just fog over and she's just pink. And can I help you?
I'm very sure you could, but for now, I'm just hoping to get in touch with Professor Kenneth Jones. It's my understanding he's been away from the university for a while.
She's like holding the pencil, just out.
And it is now is when Chase lets go of the other end of the pencil from when he handed it to her.
She's got the book like clung to her. She is, he is, sorry, Mr. Professor Jones and his wife, have just been at their home for, quite a while. For the personal issues.
I've heard not much, but through professional chains that she's fallen ill, which is unfortunate. I really hoped to pay my respects as well as get his professional opinion on some things. I don't suppose there's any way, to get in contact with him. None of
Roll
my
a
colleagues have been able to reach him on the phone.
Roll your persuasion with advantage.
Okay, with advantage.
Listen, I was going to give it to you anyway because easy, and then you did the pencil catch thing, and
Yeah.
that's for Pixie. That's Pixie giving you.
That is a
advantage.
natural 20 for 26.
She will sell you this man's children. She is.
Is it his children she wants me to have?
Andrew.
Oh, what? It was out there.
I know. No, she goes, I can absolutely, I can get you his address. If you'll just give me 1 minute, I can find whatever you need. I would like to
Take a breath. Slow down. You're doing fine.
Sorry, I just get very consumed in the books. And I beg your pardon, sir. I'll go get that. She's just beet red, and she just sits back down in her chair and scoots as close to her computer as she can so that she's hiding her face behind the monitor. She tucks the pencil back behind her ear, and she still has her book smushed between her stomach and the desk. She has not managed to let it go because it makes her feel safe to have this thing.
What is she reading?
She is reading this like fancy gold leaf annotated version of the entire of like Treasure Island. Like she's just like it's like this Treasure Island and other adventures. Like she's just absorbed in like escapism and pretending she has an adventurous life.
Other happy literary tales with
At least it wasn't a romance. A little bit.
I've seen a little bit of the show, and I know how these plot twists work.
Yeah. That's just no. Sorry.
Okay. The book she's reading doesn't fit the profile that we've established for.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she is but she's reading this Treasure Island and Other Adventures, and she finally is has got the she got the address, and it's slowly printing because it's still university printer. And she stands up, realizes she's still holding the book, and gently puts it down on her desk, and starts to go around the desk to go to the printer, and I'm so excuse me, please, and just waits for you to move out of her way.
Steps to the side.
Thank you.
My apologies. Pardon me.
She goes,
I'm gonna have turned around like I'm a stranger because my presence.
Amazing.
Yeah, I
You
don't
could be
need
talking right at her at this point, and she would not notice. She's otherwise focused. And
to
she
just
goes
be
to,
reading the student catalog.
amazing. She goes to finally pull off the paper. And she goes to hand it to him, and she says, "Do please be gentle. He is a very good, sweet man, and they're going through a lot. But tell him, if you do get to talk to him, that we all miss him, and we all hope we... If he comes back someday, we will be happy to have him." She hands the address.
Takes it. I'll make sure he knows. What was your name?
Abigail.
I'll let him know that you send your regards specifically, Abby.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And he turns and leaves the building.
Yeah, at the point where he asked for her name, I'm gonna start walking out because I know that he's starting to wrap it up, and I don't want her to like.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna have left with the student catalog.
Yeah. The camera stays in the administrative room with this just beet red, just staring at the door still. And one of the older administrators leans out her door and goes, "Honey, we need to get you a man. I can't keep doing this every time a hot lecturer comes by. I can't keep doing it." And she's like, "I know." And she just goes back to her desk and then picks up her, oh god damn it, and picks up her book again, and then she opens the drawer, puts that one away, and pulls out a bodice ripper romance novel. Just goes back, and she just the flavor has changed. About the time you two are exiting the building is when, having landed plane and disembarked and raced over, the other three get there. You're able to touch base and meet each other out in the forecourt somewhere of the, oh my god, Matthew, you're fucking grounded. You're able to
welcome.
meet on the forecourt, out in one of the, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Courtyard areas, you know, those big lawns. Out
The
in front of
quad?
those- Yeah, the quad. Thank you. It's been a long time since I was in college. The quad. I would meet out on the quad. So, what'd you guys find out? Anything good? Oh, before I forget, and she hands you also your Teslas and your Farnsworths and explains what they are. Jackie, Aaron, Evie, Gareth, everyone met? Everyone good? Can we just, like...
Pleased to meet you.
As soon
Kenneth
as
Jones.
You what?
just as soon as Claudia says, "What did you find out?" And I was like, "Well, this son of a bitch is gonna put me into the whole suave business. Like, just write the check now."
Oh my god. Listen, I'm sure the warehouse picked all of you for your unique sets of skills, and I will find ways to use all of them. Not really concerned about the how right now.
I
More-
assumed that I was chosen for medical and engineering skills, but I was able to get the address of Kenneth Jones. We also discovered that he's not been at the university for a while. His wife is sick. He's been checking out books. I believe he's reading to her. And he hands the piece of paper to Claudia.
Okay. See wheels start turning. Go.
Did you say you got Jumanji'd?
Yeah, speaking of that, she fills them in quickly on, listen, this is the hardest part of the job. It's actually not true, but it's the most complicated part of the job, usually, is getting there now that you know kind of what you're looking for and finding it. Here, take these. And she pulls out of her bag these big silver, like, Ziploc bags. They're opaque. She said, when you find the artifact, it could be the pen that he wrote with, it could be the manuscript itself, it could be a bookmark from it. I don't know, officially. I have a theory, I think we all have a theory, but just in case. You'll know, because when you drop it in this bag and zip it up, it will neutralize it. I can explain the science behind it later, but these will help take away the threat. It should help. Some artifacts need a little more or a little less, and if it's too big for this, then, and she pulls out this, this from one of her bags. Like a silly string can. That she has made as a silly goo. It's, yes, inspired by the episode where they actually tried to use silly string to get out of the gooery. She went, I'm gonna make goo into silly string. That'll never happen again. So it is a spray-on neutralizer, the purple goop, for if you need it, if it's too big, and you don't have a bucket. She doesn't have a bucket here. If it's too big for one of the baggies, you have other tools.
I'm assuming you've explained artifacts.
I have. I've explained some things are spookier, or I do this as his place is within walking distance. We there is I'm gonna really quickly answer joke. We did shout outs at the beginning for like where everybody else can be found, but in general you can also tip to change the game, and then we're gonna get shout outs for other people, for people to follow each other and support them because we love you. Thank you for asking. So she does explain to the other group, sometimes there are things that cannot be explained. She even uses the I like to think with the help of the other two who she has explained this to already, the Indiana Jones metaphor, any of that, like the explanation of like, what can happen is.
Which I assume for me is probably not too far out of my breadth of my knowledge of things.
Exactly. So you find whatever it is that is connected to this thing, figure out how it is connected to what's happening, and deal with it. She says, holding out the bag to whoever wants it.
So wait, so do you want us to just... How do we know what it... Will it glow? Is it shiny? Is it... Or do we just start putting everything that this man owns into these bags?
Listen, I've been doing this job for more years than you would believe. Because she still looks like 18. I've been doing this job for a long damn time. And there's no right answer to that. Sometimes you do run around a priest's office in a panic while somebody's shooting up a church and just start putting everything he owns into bags and hoping that it works. Sometimes you do just know. But that is a case-by-case basis. There's a whole manual at home at the warehouse. But right now, don't really have time for that. Right now, it's find the artifact, end the game. Okay.
Sounds good.
I'm so gonna pick your brain about so many stories I've heard later.
I would assume as much. Get out there.
I don't know if this helps, but he reaches into his pocket and starts pulling out like sample tubes of like pudding and sugar grass clippings and gummy bench, and just like handing them over to Claudia. I haven't had a chance to test them. They're samples from the site we were at previously. Don't know if that helps you.
In general, yes. Right now, probably not so much, but I'm fascinated by this. Thank you.
Would it have changed at all since we're really far away from...
Nope. Nothing has.
Ooh.
Nope, nothing has. As a matter of fact, again, you knew as you're it's spreading. It is still in effect there, at the very least. She puts them away, and she says, go, I'll catch up. And you all begin to make your way to the address. Are you catching up at all and touching base on what each other just went through? Like, are you connecting as a group?
Yeah, so once we're like out of earshot of Claudia, Gareth is gonna turn to the other two. So what the fuck? Where are you guys from? Who are you? What? And also, what did you have to deal with? And what?
I'm just gonna kind of give the rundown that I picked him up and we just got to this park and it was just absolute chaos.
So we got Jumanji, you got Candyland and Tentacled? Like,
We had Hansel and Gretel and
oh, okay.
tentacled. Yeah, I suppose that's actually not a bad way of putting it.
A
Although
weird
I'm
vibe. You relax.
really hoping that if this is what Claudia made it sound like, I'm really hoping they don't start reading any Lovecraft.
God, that'd be horrible.
Where are we all from?
I'm from Seattle.
Not like I assume are you
Bunch of
all
branches,
all
you
with the
mean?
government? Are you all with the government
Oh.
or
We didn't catch by the pilot thing.
okay, Air Force? CIA.
I'm DARPA.
Okay.
That's
And
it.
I assumed that Jackie and Gareth had both mentioned we are from the CIA on the plane
Yeah.
ride.
Very
I
different
can
branches of it, but yes.
Yes, yes.
They were both at one weird Christmas party that they bonded over at one point where they're like, "Oh my god, you were there when Kensington got drunk." Shit.
Yeah, I
like,
was blackout at that
Yeah.
party, so I just don't remember.
I'm the one who
Okay.
put the videos online.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
leaked them. They had Black Ops after you. You're
Yeah,
the
she's
problem.
who almost got me fired.
It's me.
Okay.
Hi, I'm the problem. It's me.
Okay, so
So we're
so also she's not bullshitting us, just in case any of you were wondering.
did it.
I'm a pretty good judge of character. I picked that up just from the first conversation we had over Easter.
I've
I
been
assumed she was
following
mostly
some-
correct when we got Candylanded from several states away.
That too. I've been studying, or well, studying's not the right word. I've been researching a lot of stuff that's been going on, really weird stuff for a long time. That most people go, "Oh, that's not real," but there's just too many accounts from too many people that were there not to be real. So, I have some questions, but I believe everything she's saying is absolutely on par. Let's go see if we can find out what's causing this before any Tiggers try to eat anybody else.
So what's the plan when we get there? Do we just knock, knock, knock? Professor, I need your books. Put them in this bag.
Well, wait, which direction are you at? He got his number or his address already, so maybe, and he's the one who sounds all professional, professory, so maybe he should be the friend on this.
Yeah, it seems his name has some pull in the.
In my defense, I don't think any of the people we've spoken to have actually known who I am. I just
You just say it with authority. And
just
they're like,
assume
"Oh,
that they do.
he's-
And you've got
He's
that
the-
voice, and
the-
there, Mr. Fancy.
The life of the title of the book that I give the librarian, that's not the name of my book. I just said something.
What's hilarious is I texted Sway. I was like, they could have asked the librarian, and she literally would have given them everything. She would have been like, "Oh, that dear sweet professor, it's so tragic. What's going on with him and his wife? Haven't you heard?" Like, she was ready. I was like, "Fuck!" Like, but I liked Abigail better. That was more fun. That was a better way.
I apparently just don't trust librarians. I was super
Irish.
secretive
Or
around
the
Irish
Irish.
people, yeah.
Well, that was because my character's English, and the
I
Irish
know,
don't like the English as a
know.
general rule.
As a general rule. Yep, I know. This is about to get a lot more difficult. All right.
Okay,
Carry on.
so we go in, doctors, and
Doctor,
tries to get in. Then
I'm gonna go around the side and see if I can't peek through the window and see if they're doing anything, if anything weird's going on in general investigation.
all right, I can back you up on that. I'll circle on the other side. I'm good at getting into places I shouldn't be.
I'll stay off to the side while Dr. Chase knocks, but like looking up and seeing if like there's any information on what his wife is sick with or anything weird happening near the house.
I am the one who knocks.
Yeah.
Knock knock.
So are we ready to go? Is everybody moving into position? Is that...
I guess so. Yeah. Now that we've established a plan,
Yeah.
when we get there, we just all spread out.
We scatter.
Knock, knock, knock.
Go around left.
You do knock, Aaron. Are you telling me you knock?
Yeah.
Pick evens or odds.
Evens.
Okay. As you all walk up to this house, the first thing you all notice, just like you'd notice if you were paying attention throughout the town, that yeah, this place seems to be perfect. The weather is perfect. It's a different perfect depending on where you step. You know, that the shade is just shady enough where the sun is never quite in your eyes. The breeze only blows the good smells towards you. The sun is just bright and warm enough to be comforting, but not so warm that it makes you uncomfortable. You couldn't put a temperature on it or anything, it just feels safe. This house is this old, it's not even a white picket fence, it's just a garden that has grown up in lieu of a fence around the house. Just daisies and peonies and flowers that shouldn't be in season perfectly blooming, and this one big tree that just filled the half of the yard with an old swing set hanging from it. This little porch with a big swing on it and a big swinging bench and little lanterns up and down the stairs that you imagine would be lit at night. It's a 2-story, comfortable, cozy little home. And it's safe. As all of you step up in your various directions, immediately some memory, some long buried memory from your childhood, from your youth, from the happiest or safest, most nostalgic moments of your life that you look back in fondness strike you, even if you haven't thought of them for years. You suddenly remember, just in passing, the favorite pie your mom used to make, or the best birthday you ever had, or the feeling of jumping off of rocks at the local lake, which was so much better than a pool. It was so much more fun, and all your friends were there, and all of these things settle over you for a moment in comfort and familiarity before you focus on the job again. Pull yourself out of that feeling, that taste in the air, the smell of apple pie and fudge, the smell of comfort and magic. It's almost uncomfortable how perfect it is. You actually have to shake yourself out of it, Dr. Chase, as you go up to knock on the door, and half of you is expecting a parent or mentor or loved one to open the door. That is how familiar this place feels to you, even though you've never been here before. And, so it takes a moment, a long couple of moments. You think that no one's going to answer. And then there's a slight creak of the door. This older gentleman peeks out, probably late 50s, early 60s. Looks out. Can I help you?
Professor Jones.
I'm sorry, I thought you were my food delivery. I'm so sorry. Do I know you?
I'm Dr. Aaron Chase. I saw you speak several years ago. I was in town and I inquired about you, and I heard the unfortunate news to your wife's health. I was hoping I might... Sorry, you look like you're going to speak. I don't want to interrupt.
Go.
I was hoping I might make myself available to you professionally.
Oh, no, we're fine. She's fine. Everything's fine. We don't need anything here. We're all right.
Oh,
thank you so much.
You cut out on me. I got she's fine,
Says,
and then
yeah,
it was
he starts to try to close the door again in your face with a reassurance of she's fine, we're fine, we don't need anything. Thank you so much. I will be in touch. I will get your name from the university. And just
foot in the doorway. I apologize. That's your students, especially Abigail. Care to see you again very much.
she is a sweetheart. I suspect most of the flowers are from her and her fellow English majors who came to every lecture and class for fun. And in any case, I really, really must ask you to leave. I have important work that I have to do, and I cannot
realize
anymore, sir.
You can't spend the rest of the time you have caught up in stories.
But I have all the time in the world, sir. I need you to make a dexterity check.
Oh,
Or a
okay.
dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw is dirty 20.
Fuck.
Natural 19.
I'm gonna roll mine just in case. Damn it. You can tell he is trying to catch you off your guard by opening the door a slight bit and slamming it again. But you catch it.
Ow.
You catch and stop him before he can, at which point he starts to look afraid. And he backs away and runs through the house. You hear him slam another
I'm gonna
door
shoot him in the
shut.
back.
Oh my god.
With my air dart gun.
You can try. Please make a at disadvantage.
At disadvantage. Okay. That is
I love that you go for the air dart.
18 and a 19. So 18 with disadvantage.
What does the air dart do?
He has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
DC. DC 13.
DC 13. Okay.
And
So-
every time I shoot him after this, the DC increases by 3.
Natural 18. So he is fine for now. He stumbles a little bit and does make it to the other actually you hear him run. It's upstairs. He runs upstairs. You miss him because stairway, and you hear him slam a door upstairs.
Are you going into the house now?
Yes, I think Aaron. Aaron's gonna like step up and slide another sleep dart into his gun.
We have the
and-
Teslas as you're doing that. Like,
I don't want to hurt him.
The darts would hurt.
Just shoot him with darts.
I like slight pinch.
okay. We don't know. if
Dr.
that's
Jones, are you allergic to any medications?
Oh god, now I have the Dr. Jones song playing in my head.
You can hear that music has started playing upstairs. It is currently it is. You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. It's this old, like, record player style you hear playing upstairs now. It starts in the middle of the song. You assume that he stopped it to come downstairs. And he's just trying to keep going.
So I assume at this point we've probably made it around to the back and see Adrian in the house. Or Aaron in the house, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Were there any side windows or anything that
Yeah.
either, because we split, right, to go on opposite sides of the house? Is that correct, Evie?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Did we split, I assume, to go on opposite sides of the house? Yeah, is
But
there
I
any
met him in the
windows? Yeah. Are there any windows on the side that we
There
could
are.
have seen into?
Would you like to look in?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Make a perception check.
Yeah.
Got it.
Everyone who's looking at a window right now, make a perception check.
I'm going to use my second replacement on that because I rolled a 5.
Also, just so that you know, I do have a thing that as long as I'm not deaf, I am aware of the location of any hidden or invisible creatures within 10 feet of me. Just to not be surprised around doors, basically.
Yeah.
And I got a 19 on my
Nice.
perception.
Nice, nice, nice.
19 as well for me.
Both of you from different angles. Matthew, you're on the side, and Evie is at the back, I believe we said. Or just
We're
both
kind of
sides?
both
Okay.
sides, yeah. Gonna meet
Um,
in the back.
Because of the location of the stairs, Evie doesn't get a lot on the left side because it's the solid wall, because that's where the stairs are. But they get around back first then. I'll get to the back in a minute. Matthew, on Gareth's side of the house, you see this little sitting parlor that is filled with books. All the lights are off inside it. You can barely make it out. But it is filled with, and boxes, like from Amazon and Barnes & Noble and Books A Million, just boxes, open. This has become an annex of a library somewhere. This is an English professor. You assume he has an actual library or an office somewhere, but this is just a place for books to live. You keep going, and past the parlor, there's a dining room window you can see into next. And there's takeout hasn't been thrown away. There's casserole dishes with notes on them you can kind of make out that are, "We're sorry," kind of condolence casseroles from neighbors, but they again haven't been put away. Trash is overflowing. This place has not been used for food in a very long time. And
Is it like flies and gross in
No,
there?
it's-
Or
no,
is it
it's
just like
It's just
disorderly?
disorderly,
Okay.
and someone who's least concerned right now is keeping things tidy. It is
Absolutely,
sanitary, it is clean, it's just not tidy.
Got it.
Big difference.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it's clean, but it's clean but messy.
Can I see the room of books from the front door where I am?
Yes, it is on the corner there. There's one front window that's parlor, sitting room, books, and then the side window as well, and then behind that is the dining room. And the very back of the house, where Evie gets first and then Gareth gets soon, and you both start making out these things, is the kitchen. And the back porch patio area. Backyard, all cozy.
Is the back door?
Back door's not open. But kitchen is, even from the windows you can tell, this is the room that is organized carefully, meticulously. There are lists of specific medications that need to be taken at specific times. There are things on the fridge reminding of exact times that things need to happen. There are bottles lined up in order, along with water for each one. There's a schedule. The kitchen counters are clean. The kitchen fridge is nothing but doctor's notes and reminders of appointments and dates and medication amounts and vital signs and everything. What do you do?
Well, I assume at this point we see Aaron go upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna try to open the back door.
Make me a, Are you just breaking through it, or are you trying to open it politely?
Politely try to open it first.
Make me a sleight of hand check, please.
Can you let me know what I'm supposed to roll for that? I'm sorry.
That's a dex.
So yeah, that's a dexterity, and if you're proficient, and are you asking for like a thieves' tools check to like break in, or is that like a
essentially, yeah,
okay?
How big is the house? Does like
little 2-story.
okay? I could also
So,
go.
yeah, if
I'm
you're-
inside. I can come open the door.
Yeah, if you see them and you want to go open the door, that's great too.
If I hear them trying to open it, I'll come.
Great.
I'll open the door. Let you guys in.
Does that work? Sorry, what did you say, Evie? You're muted.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, that works because I rolled a 3. So she sees me like struggling with the door, and then just like
Click.
Amazing. Amazing.
Kind of like gesture around and like make a face like creepy, right? And then through the house and point out the book room and hold up the little bag.
can I investigate the kitchen, see if I can figure out maybe what type of illness she has, or
It's
if there's anything.
not going to make you make a roll. It is very obviously cancer. It
Got
is every medication, every label is chemotherapy. It's every 2 weeks. Don't forget, the nurse is coming this day. These medications must be taken in this order. It is very clear. And you look at these refills and these labels and you realize now you can actually make a check. Now you can make, if Aaron's still downstairs and wants to help with medical, that's great. He may be more effective for this, but
Yeah, he would not have run upstairs,
up the stairs and chase
without
this man.
backup.
Yeah, all right, good. Then I'm gonna let whoever wants to roll a medicine check is going to roll with advantage, because there's enough of you here checking the things and helping each other out that I'm gonna let you have advantage on this.
I'll just get Aaron's attention and be like,
And I am going to do science to it, which allows me to double my proficiency bonus. And this is, you said this is medicine?
Medicine check.
Yep, so this doubles my proficiency in medicine. For 16 plus 5 plus 2. 23.
Very nice. It is very obvious to you that these, while they are chemotherapy drugs, there are hospice drugs. You, knowing how bodies work and knowing how all of these things are supposed to work, are looking at these months and months and months of medications, and you realize these shouldn't still be happening. She should be gone. The people were sending condolence casseroles because they assumed she had already passed. Medications are still arriving and being filled, but they shouldn't be, with someone who was sick enough to require the types of drugs you can see tracing all the way back. But here they are.
It looks as though his wife should have passed a long time ago. I can only assume that if she is still alive, whatever he's doing is keeping her alive. Oop. My camera just died.
I saw that.
Give me 1 second.
Dramatic moment, gone. The warehouse said, shush.
Extra dramatic.
Extra dramatic.
This is going to be hard.
But if it's causing all of this hurt everywhere else, then we need to be able to do something about this. We can investigate that room over there with all of the books, but there are so many that I anticipate. And I'm keeping my voice low, by the way. That's kind of a given. I don't want to for stream whisper, but
Of course,
voice
of course.
low. Since we're all downstairs, even though he knows we're here. We can investigate through all of those books, but if what Dr. Chase is saying is true and whatever he's doing is keeping her alive as well as doing all of these things, and it's likely that it's upstairs.
Yeah, and someone should go talk to him anyways, because I feel kind of weird just rifling through this poor family's house while they're up there grieving.
do we know if anybody has died yet from the things that are going on?
Yes. people who have died from the attacks, people who have, there have been plane crashes from the candy clouds because it gummed up the works. While people did survive, it still could have been a lot worse. Like, they were able to eject, but it's still... And you can tell with it growing and spreading that it has the possibility to get so much worse. Hell, even if the worst thing happening was just the world is turning into candy, that's still not sustainable and is not a thing that can survive. So.
So I think it's time to head upstairs.
If he won't listen to reason, then we will have to just do it the old-fashioned way. But if you all would like to talk to him first, feel free.
I've already given him at least one significant dose of diazepam.
That's
Well,
a
that's
little,
an option, but
that's a little
So-
messed up.
Yeah, it's a little fucked.
Diazepam.
Yeah, let me try to talk
and-
to him. And
let's
then,
start with
And-
talking with him, and then if he starts to like freak out, yeah, then sure, yeah, okay.
then I'll give him another dose. It's a cocktail of my own design, diazepam and some other opiates, but
well,
he
while I'm
withstood the
talking,
first one surprisingly well for a man of his age.
Can you
I think we can get through to him. He's probably quite mellow at this point, actually.
I think while I'm talking to him, maybe you guys can be looking for maybe what's causing this, and then we can
Absolutely.
hopefully get hold of it before we have to do anything drastic.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
And the food that is in the dining room, is there? I know that you said that it's not old and moldy. Is there dust on any of it? Like,
No.
are the things in the house, everything being kind of sustained in a weird time bubble, basically?
No, this is just
Okay.
a man whose attention is elsewhere.
Absolutely, yeah.
You can tell his focus is on, I have to eat. She has to eat. I don't have time to be away from her to cook. I just have to. I'm gonna order. That's why he said, "You are not. I thought you were my food delivery."
Absolutely, yeah.
And
I just-
yeah.
That was more my question on
Nope.
is the food like being magically kept safe?
Yeah,
The food safe and consumable, or is it just there? All right, cool.
Andrew, you're grounded.
Sway started it.
You're grounded.
All right then. Yeah, let's head on upstairs. And Gareth will kind of take the lead quietly, not trying to like barge upstairs, but is trying to sneakily go upstairs to see what he can see before as everybody else comes up as well.
It's there's dozens of photos of this man and his wife. So many. And it's just them. You can tell there's no kids in any of the pictures. It is just the two of them. And you have all of these photos. It looks like she was a librarian. It looks like there's a lot of pictures of the two of them at the university, in the library together, at the university cafeteria. You get the feeling that's probably why Abby knew him and her so well, is they were both there. And that's all these walls are. There's nothing else. There's no other time with friends. There's no other family. There's no dog. It's just photos of Kenneth Jones and his wife, Olivia. They have been married for 50 years. You could tell they were high school sweethearts. There are 3 rooms upstairs. There is a bathroom, an office that has his desk, and again, the well-organized books, and a closed door you assume is the bedroom, with music playing. What do you do?
I'm gonna try to open the door.
He
Just
didn't
turn
lock it. He didn't lock it, he just got inside. When you open the door, he is reading Anne of Green Gables He's reading this stories on the scene about getting puff sleeves on her dress. Lying on the bed, connected to a dozen different machines, is Olivia, smiling, enjoying the books. He doesn't stop when you walk in. As a matter of fact, he looks at you and does not stop reading the book in front of him because he has memorized it. The favorites he's gone back to over and over. The nostalgia books he is revisiting with her. He knows all too well. He has the book open on his lap. Would you like to make a perception check to discover anything else in the room?
Yeah,
Please
can
roll
I?
it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Are we all able to roll this?
Yeah, if you're all coming in behind, yeah, please.
19 for me.
Nice.
18.
It's like an 8 from me.
You're distracted by the fact that you shot a future widower and this grieving man.
I
15 for me.
dosed him a little bit.
Listen. For the 19 and with the night, we'll start with 17. With the 17, you notice that once again everything in here in this room feels very perfect. It is. The music is just the right volume. The weather is beautiful. The window is open. The breeze is blowing. They have stacks and stacks and stacks of books. She has hot tea by her bed. The 18 and 19 notice that the book open on his lap is laying on top of another book with older looking pages. And he's holding both of them very tightly as he reads. Olivia looks up and she's very frail but seems still so full of life. Says, "You didn't tell me we were going to have company, Kenny. Hello." And he doesn't stop reading.
I'm gonna approach him and get on one knee and just tenderly touch his hand. Do you know what's going on?
He looks at her and looks at you. Make an insight check.
9.
I'm just reading to my wife to ease her pain. That's all.
You tell him everything. Tell him everything is good.
It is in that moment that you realize Olivia had no idea that he was keeping her alive. Yes.
As I start to hear Evie talking to Kenneth about what is happening, I would like to distract Olivia.
Excellent.
I want to sit on the end of the bed and literally anything.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry that he didn't tell you that you were gonna have company. My friend here is a big fan of Professor Jones. Just
I'm so
bullshitting
glad he
my way
still
through
has
it.
She is. I'm so glad he still has fans. I worried this long away from work would be detrimental to his career. I'm so glad that he has.
Never.
I
His
hope,
his
yeah.
his name will last him forever. He could take years off of work and everybody would still be clamoring for Professor Jones. Blah 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 blah. Just trying to distract her from the inevitable
Yeah.
news.
Yeah.
And I noticed that he doesn't, like, obviously she doesn't know, so I'm just tenderly telling the professor all the bad things.
But I only read good books. I only read good things. I didn't even read it. Not once I realized what it could do. I've only read things to keep her happy. At this point, Claudia speaks up. She has caught up with you. That's not how artifacts work. I'm guessing you found it, took it because it was interesting, and you thought it would be fun to read old childhood books. Keep her happy. It was an accident that you figured it out, right? And he nods. But it doesn't. When I realized it was real. When I realized that it was real, and he doesn't say the word. He just holds up so you can see the title of the book, but he doesn't say it. He's very careful not to say it. The game doesn't end until I end the game. The game doesn't end until I end the game. And as long as the game is going on, he looks at Olivia. She's still here. I can change what I read. I can make sure it's not even anything remotely. I can just read the weather report. I can just make sure that it's always. I could read the farmer's almanac and make sure that they have the good grow. I could help. I can do something. Right? Claudia says, there's too many things already out there. Things you haven't noticed because you've been locked in here.
Is any of Gareth's wounds from the lion in somewhere I can like lift up his shirt and point?
Gareth does notice he is not as much in pain. He feels a little better. The injury is still there, but it's not as noticeable anymore. Good catch.
Okay, so it's not like I can't show him and be like, it hurt him. It's right here in front of you.
You can explain. You can show him how he got hurt. And again, he will repeat, now that I know, I can do better. I can make sure. And Claudia stops him. But that's the story, the artifact. Jumanji will come through. And he freaks out for a minute and realizes, oh, and someone who didn't start the game says it doesn't matter. He has to end the game. As long as he doesn't say it, he is safe. They are safe. She is safe. And he says, but you said they were stuffed. We could... Please, there has to be something.
So many people have already died because of that book. You have to end the game.
Gareth, roll a performance check.
Performance? What about persuasion?
No. You're
Yeah.
rolling to see if you can keep distracting her.
I know. I'm not lying to you.
Oh my
I got a
gosh.
natural 20.
Okay.
For a 21!
Amazing.
But still a natural 20.
She continues to not notice the conversation. She is so focused on friends and new friends and people.
Listen, there is something about gay men that they know how to distract an old lady.
Yeah, yes, that's very much amazing. Well done. It is at this point that Claudia, you realize why she was falling behind. She pulls out something that she's clearly just finished making from bits and pieces of artifacts that she had on her. And she holds out this, it's like an oversized locket. And she says, she looks at all of you, says, this is the job. Sometimes you have to let one person go to save a lot. And it hurts like hell every time. But some people, she said, and turns to Kenneth, some people need to move on. You can't stay like this forever. But I can give you this. And it's He takes it with one hand while being certain to keep one hand on the book and pops it open. And as he pops it open, it starts to glow a little bit. And at first there's nothing. Little holographic sparks. Like it's supposed to be displaying something, but there's nothing there. And he says, "What? Will this save her?" And Claudia says, "No, but it'll save you." And the longer he holds it, the pictures of their life together and memories and these things he wanted to hold on to start to show up, like she's made him this memento to try to make this easier for him. He holds it. At this point, no matter how good you rolled, Olivia is distracted by this. She says, "Kenny dear, what's that? Did you get me another gift?" He says, "I think I've given you all the gifts I can, my love." He says, "If you'll excuse me." And Claudia gestures to all of you. Let's give him a second. And he's holding this trinket, this token that is going to allow him to remember her. And he hangs it around his neck. And he closes Anne of Green Gables and puts it aside. And he holds this book, this first draft. And he goes and sits on the edge of the bed where Gareth just was and leans over. He says, "Are you tired, my love?" She says, "I am. I am. I do think it was lovely to have new friends come to visit. It's good to know how loved you are at school. I hope you can get back soon." She reaches up to touch his cheek. And he says, "I'm sure I will." And he closes the book. And he leans over, kisses her gently on the forehead, and whispers, "Jumanji." The weather shifts. The temperature goes back to not feeling perfect anymore. The music shifts and dies. The pages in his hands start to glow. Claudia gestures to whichever one of you is closest to get it. And bag it. And you do. There is some time spent cleaning up the mess, using Jackie's talents to hack into the news cycle and change the story. All while you're all on the plane getting back to the warehouse. You all finally, you sleep on the plane, you rest, you recover from everything that just happened, and you make it to South Dakota, where she welcomes you all into this workshop, this office that we saw in the beginning, only it's just her this time. She leads you all out onto a little balcony that overlooks this massive, massive hall there's a pyramid in there somewhere. There's pirate ships in there. There's a rocket, it looks like. There's shelves and crates and lights and all of these things. She has the bag with the manuscript still under her arm. She says, "This is the job. You're in or you're out right now. And it doesn't get easier. But the artifacts like we saved and protect are unlike any adventure you'll ever go on. After all, this is a place of endless wonder." And with the characters to make their decisions, that is where we will end their story for the night. There is a post-credits scene as they are all sent to the local Airbnb, or the local B&B, to sleep for the night and make their choices. Officially or unofficially, she knows what they're going to decide because the warehouse picked them after all. Camera finds her again speaking to Artie in the warehouse, or in the office. Talking over, yeah, I know, they were the right ones for the job, it's annoying. And he goes, you know I'm right. You hate it, but I'm right. And she's, I know. And he stops. And she just quietly says to herself, sometimes people need to move on. And she reaches under the desk and flips a switch. And the very realistic AI hologram of Artie Nielsen vanishes. She pops a tape out from where his program has been. She walks a long, long, long way into the depths of the warehouse to put it away. And the camera fades to black. So, how are we feeling?
Damn it.
I'm sorry.
Man, I could see that twist coming from a mile away, and I was still sad.
I'm sorry.
Man, I've got to watch this show.
Yes, you do. So for
Okay.
reference, Artie is, if you've already started watching the show, you know Artie already. He is the main, he's the lead, he's the whatever. And Claudia is, she genuinely becomes his daughter figure. Like, to the point where, like, they acknowledge this. He says, such and such taught me to be a better father to you. Like, this is her dad. This is her father figure. This man ran the warehouse for a really long time by himself before Micah and Pete came in. You get the feeling now that Claudia has been running the warehouse by herself for a very long time and has refused to let anybody else help. While Artie was asking for more agents at the beginning, he's like, I needed more people. Claudia's response instead is, I don't want anybody else. This is mine. And it was Artie's. And she has not been ready to let him go. Yeah. I had that shit planned for a month. Of like, it was like, this is how I'm gonna tie the two together. Like, so, how we all doing? Are we all okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
There was stuff I wanted to say at the end, but I was too like,
Sorry.
I was like, I'm too emotional. I don't know if I could get it out.
I'm sorry. Do you need to say it now, or do you want to say it in character later?
Oh no, I'll find a way to work it into character later.
Perfect.
Perfect. Well, when you were saying like make your choice, like you're gonna have to make it, or when you were showing us the thing, I wanted to be like, I'm in. Like,
Well, that's the thing is, and she will at some point probably say this, and we'll have this conversation. Is we'll discuss this. It's not a thing that will be discussed on stream, so we can talk about it here. Two of you were given a choice, two of you were not. Evie and Gareth were given the choice, the in or out. Here is your offer. But Jackie, she knows, is involved in too many things. She is not giving Jackie a choice because whether she wanted to or not, she needs to not have Jackie out there researching the warehouse now that she knows it exists. Claudia was that person. She knows how dangerous that is. So she's not about to let somebody else with those kinds of skills be out there. As for why she's not letting Aaron make a choice, it is because she has dealt with because she knows, and in the core and canon of the world, the warehouse is going to move any day now. The fact that the warehouse picked a British agent for her, the warehouse is never in the same country twice in a row. Warehouse 12 was in England. Warehouse 13 is in America. The fact that the warehouse picked a British native instead of an American one for these agents, when that doesn't happen on this coast, on this continent, she thinks that means that's where it will go next, or that it thinks it might go there next, and she wants to make sure that if one agent has a chance of staying with the warehouse after it moves, that she gets to know them. So she doesn't see it as a sign, or she sees it as a sign that they picked someone British. She sees it as a, okay, maybe it's a coincidence, but we don't believe in coincidences anymore. Maybe, just maybe, I should do this. So I hope everyone had a good time.
Oh yeah.
Did everybody have a good time?
Absolutely.
Have I traumatized you all too much?
It was great.
Never
Well,
too
well
much.
done.
I made, I think, every single one of you cry. That makes me very happy. All right, good. I love you all. We're gonna send you on a raid over to Bardic Sway. He's playing some Warehouse. Nope, not Warehouse. Some WoW. Some World of Warcraft. There's too many W's. He's playing some WoW. And make sure you've got your Blizzard account linked if you play WoW, because drops are available. And also, if you give 2 subs to Sway, he is a promoted streamer through WoW right now, and he gets to give you a special drop, and it's really, really cool. So take advantage of that, and until next time, don't forget, bag it, snag it, tag it, and be cool.